Hello, everybody, and welcome to the War Room for this month's Officer Club Championship. In Iceland, we have a saying, it is fámennt but góðmennt, which basically means there might be a few of us here, but we have very, very good people this time around. It's just going to be me and Darkness talking you through the pre-game show here, reviewing some of the decks. So, Darkness, how are you doing today?
Thank you so much, Ollie. I'm doing great. Actually, I am on vacation, so I'm able to forget about work and stuff in real life and just enjoying the sun and cards, of course.
Sun and cards. There's not a better combo out there. That's for sure. Well, it's another Officer Club Championship, and this time around, I think we have a pretty cool lineup. We have at least 3 players today that have never been in an OCC before, so a lot to prove for the newcomers, but we also see our staple competitors here with, we got our J-Kings, we got our No and Fives, and then kind of the players that seem to make it every now and then, which are Vinny, Berto, and Tiger. They're all present here as well. We're going to be trying to keep down the new guys. So you see it there. These are going to be our top 8 matches. J-King 7 is going to be taking on newcomer Jinlun. Berto is going to be taking on Tiger. No and 5 against Vinny. So a lot of the veterans actually going up against each other there in the first round. And then Xialan taking on Pilsudski. To round it out, we'll be bringing you Berto versus Tiger and then Xialan versus Pilsudski in the quarterfinal matches. Now, looking at the bracket, is there anything that you were particularly excited about when you see these players line up like that?
I mean, it's very interesting to see newcomer facing each other. So one of them is definitely able to proceed and having a lot of tournament experience by playing at least three rounds. That is definitely exciting. Looking at the last bracket, Xialang versus Pilsudski, I'm just happy to see a new upcoming name who made it into the OCC and getting not just a short vision of him facing Tang or J-King, but seeing him really in action. I like that.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, though, on that topic, we did have a few players get disqualified from this month's Officer Club Championship, and I think now is as good a time as any to address that situation shortly. Unfortunately, the situation came up that some players were sharing accounts, and I wanted to kind of use this opportunity within the War Room to say that, this is something that is not condoned by 1939 and should not happen, especially within a tournament setting. But in general, this is forbidden by the EULA, or the End User License Agreement, that everybody agrees to when they play cards. Your account is yours and should not be shared or operated by anyone else. But this is also specifically forbidden within the tournament rules, and we haven't had to deal with this to this extent before, but this time around, there was no other recourse than to take action, and there have been things put into place that will help us detect and deal with these cases more and better in the future. So for anyone out there wondering why this is the bracket and why this is the way it is, that's the reason behind it. Of course, these situations are tough on everybody. It's also tough on us. We want to see all the top players there. We want to see them playing at their best and playing in a fair game setting. So in this case, we had to step in and take action. But now, with that out of the way, let's talk about some decks that we're about to see in today's tournament, starting with J-King's Brit Japan deck.
Yeah, Ollie, you maybe remembered last month from Killswitch and TB, I believe, Britain, Japan with Commandos and Credit Denial. This is a similar deck, but without Commandos. It's the involved version of an control deck, basically called Credit Denial deck, and this got very popular during the last 4 weeks, especially on ladder and in preparation for the tournaments. So at least 5 players are bringing this deck today in almost the same versions. So the main nation is Britain, and you are usually using 35, 36 British cards. And on top of that, Southern Plan, maybe one or two other cards from Japan, like Redeployment. For example, Birdo Burrito and Noan 5 are bringing Kihin on top as well. And the main idea is to find those credit deny cards early on to significantly slow down your opponent's early game. An
So-
ideal, yeah?
Just so for the new reviewers that might be watching here, what are the credit denial cards that you're referring to here?
Credit denial cards are cards who are taking away a credit slot. For example, your opponent has 4 credits and you play Daylight Bombing. 1 credit slot is being destroyed. He's set back to 3, and then every turn he's getting an additional credit slot. And the main combination here would be Observer Corps into Southern Plan. So you're able to play turn 2 Southern Plan, what is destroying 1 credit slot of your opponent and giving you an additional credit slot like Ramp. And on turn 3 for you, you have 4 credits and the opponent has 2. You are able to play in Daylight Bombing to, again, destroy a credit slot of your opponent. If you're very lucky and find a second Daylight Bombing, Southern Plan, and Shelling, you are able to destroy 5 credit slots. So in turn 6, your opponent still has 1 credit available, and you are able to use 8 credits. If you're having like the full combo, what rarely happens, I played this deck 50 times, and I think 1 time this happens. But if you're able to find very early, like 2 cards, Southern Plan and Daylight Bombing, it gives you a great advantage because you have so much more credits to use.
Yeah, but looking at this deck, what are the risks that this deck carries?
The risks are it doesn't have a lot ways of killing you. I mean, there is Commonwealth, but you really have to be able to control the game and get to those points. And for example, if you're playing against German-Italy control and there's a Mare Nostrum onto an Tiger AI, big tank which cannot be pinned, your opponent is getting too much HP and you're probably not being able to kill him. If Commonwealth is not enough or countered, you have a few bombers like Wellington and Lancaster who needs to be able to finish off your opponent with anti-air protection. This can be hard as well. And another way of killing your opponent is Blackwatch with synthetic rubber from the Royal Research. But if your opponent is able to block all of those kind of rare, because there are not a lot of ways to kill you. If your opponent is able to play around, you have a hard time and probably running into fatigue damage and dying.
Yeah. So you've played this deck, you say 50 times. Have you ever run into a situation where you just don't find those credit denial cards and you end up, just having to play units and they come into play maybe a little bit later in the game, leaving the opponent some space to play maybe some cheaper guard units or anything to keep you at bay enough to stall out the game so that they're able to, actually make a comeback and, do something within the game?
Yeah, there are definitely ways of, for the opponent player, stalling you out. And the comeback mechanic is not great for this deck. It really wants to catch your opponent early on. For example, if you're finding the credit denial decks very late, they're not very effective anymore because your opponent already has like 10 credits, and resetting this to 9 does not affect the game like it would affect it in the early game. Although this deck has the super duper combo, so it's critical hit plus supply shortage. This combo is able to destroy and pin over a period of time any big units. But even here, it's able to stall out the game. For example, heavy control deck like Brit Ramp. is very good against this deck. Not only you're denying credits, but Ramp is gaining credits, so this is even out, you're not getting an advantage. And Brit Ramp, for example, is using a lot of big units, for example in B17. You have to do something against it. And if you're using a super duper combo against the B17, he can just play another big unit you have to react to. And soon this credit deny deck will run out of options. So this is actually a big threat. We will look into a similar deck later, Ollie.
Yeah, no, that's super interesting. I think this is one of the types of decks that people often maybe face on ladder and they feel demoralized, after they get beat by it, right? They, like you said, they're on turn 6 and the opponent has 8 credits and they're sitting there with 1 credits and a full hand and they're starting to discard because they haven't been able to play anything. But I think it's important to know that there are strategies that you can deploy against this, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why we're seeing a ramp deck in this tournament. But next up for us, we're going to take a look at a deck from Vinny. This is a Soviet deck almost entirely, but then there are 3 cards from France in there as well. Talk us through this one, Darkness.
I really like Vinny for bringing up interesting stuff, new decks, like own made decks every single time. So yeah, I wanted to give him some credits about this one. This is an Soviet control deck. As you can see, he has only Soviet control cards, but 2 and 3 times Frank's cards. So there's the basic stuff like Bloody Sickle, the 845th Rifles, the Chaikas, the Bryansky Irregulars. Those are small Soviet units helping you a lot, getting your foot into the battlefield, building up early defensives. Follow it by Petliakov, PE2FT. This is the bomber who blocks deployment effects. This is very rarely played, this unit, and you see often players, even top players, forgetting about it and playing something like Naval Brigade or Sherman into it, wondering why nothing has happened. And yeah, because it's just so rare, someone is actually playing this one. But I want to mention he has to care about it as well, because this unit is blocking all deployment effects. And yeah, this happened to me as well. I played this, and after that I played First Naval Brigade. Nothing happened because it's blocking my own effects as well.
Yeah, I know some players have even contacted us saying that their opponent is cheating because their Sherman didn't do anything when they deployed it. So I mean, this is a very niche card that you don't play against often. It's gonna be very interesting to see if it pulls out any mistakes. But that French card that he's bringing is super interesting because that's a guard unit that then gives all other units on the board mobilize, right?
Exactly. The second Reamer is a very strong card because at the end of your turn, it's giving you all of your units mobilization. And when you're not attacking or killing or damaging these units, which Soviet control has a lot from, all of them are getting +1/+1 and will get, even if you're damaging them, additional mobilization unit as long as the second Reamer stays on the field. So especially with all of those Soviet units, like even the 845th Rifles, they are getting bigger and they are healing you more. Those little airplanes from Night Witches, for example, those little bombers, after 2 or 3 ticks of mobilization, they are very scary. Even if you're killing them, they still give you more value from the people. The Emerged Train is beast because it produces a ton of units and they are getting like bigger and bigger. So this looks very scary for like aggro decks. And but I want to mention one funny thing regarding to the second Reamer. This super duper combo, supply shortage and critical hit, those damage instances are applied after mobilization ticks. So all of his units with second Rima are getting buffed, and after that they're getting damaged and pinned. There is, I faced this on ladder. There is a scenario where the second Dreamer is in the support line with 3 other units, and they are getting pinned for like an infinite time, because they're getting buffed +1/+1, then damaged by 1, and pinned because of the damage. And there could be a time where he's not able to play anything. So
yeah, that's kind of moment where you're hoping that somebody, slid in a rally or something in your deck. You're just like, oh, come on, I need to get out of this situation.
Rally is German, so it's not possible for this deck. I'm just expecting Vinny to ban credit denial with a super duper combo every single time. But there are some German US decks with Value or Heinz, and they're using Rally because of this combo.
Yeah. No, I think it's also interesting because I think one card that benefits a lot from this as well are the Brianska regulars, right? Like they're 0/6 when they start and they're cheap to deploy, so you can potentially deploy a couple of those along with the second Rima. So you're kind of, all of a sudden you have a lot of HP on board, and that HP needs to be dealt with pretty much immediately because they're going to be receiving mobilized and they're going to be growing over time.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's swamp on over from Vinny's deck into the third deck that we're going to review here, and that is the U.S. Britain deck from Jinlun. Jinlun, a newcomer in the OCC, but he has been kind of flirting with the top of the ladder for quite some time, so not an inexperienced player per se, but he's now bringing a ramp deck, and it is a long time since we've seen a credit curve that looks like that, right? Normally, it's all in the other direction with the 2, 3, 4 credits. Blowing off the scale, but this time around we're seeing the true power of ramp being brought here with 11 cards that cost 7 credits or more. The B17F, I don't even no B29 Flying Fortress, but there is B17 Flying Fortress as well. There's going to be some Avengers there, Seaborne Invasions, Mass Deployments, Pershings. These are the cards that we haven't seen in a while, and I think it's interesting in relation to the credit denial deck and its popularity. Like you mentioned, ramp can be one of the downfalls of that deck.
Well, it's been a while since US ramp was meta. I think it's 2 years ago. The very first OCCs heavily supported control meta and ramp meta, and then Ray beat everyone by bringing 3 aggro decks. That was his first appearance, and now another Chinese player is bringing back ramp again. I really like that, and yeah, as you mentioned, this deck is the opposite of ramp, of aggro decks, and aggro decks are the weakness of this deck. Well, there's a good reason. He is running 3 times fortification just to not die very early on, and this deck is using a lot of ramp cards like War Machine. What are the other cards?
It's got the In Hour of Need there.
In Hour of Need, exactly, to be able to play like in the mid game those very big value cards like Grenadier Guards, Carpet Bombing, Avenger, B17 Flying Fortress. And I think this deck is in reaction to the last month's control decks, when everyone was playing the super duper combo, the supply shortage critical hit combo. Those decks were anti-aggro and destroying the aggro player, and this deck is targeted to be able to win against this combination of anti-aggro decks by just bringing a ton of value, a ton of ramp, and all of those anti-aggro decks, especially the credit deny deck, has to fear this ramp deck.
Yeah, I think what's interesting to me when I look at this deck, there's 1 Lend-Lease being brought, and then of course you get the secondary draw from the War Bonds. But apart from that, in terms of draw, it's almost entirely relying on the Quartermasters. So
yeah,
what we could see happen with this deck is we could see Jinlun get off to a decent start, get some ramp cards out, get some credits, but then find himself with a shrinking hand over time. But still, given the fact that the just sheer cost of units that he can potentially deploy, I don't think we're going to be seeing him playing too many units within each turn, but probably more like one. And another thing that I would say is like, and when you're going into this tournament setting and you know that there's going to be a lot of aggro decks, I wonder if like the East Surrey Regiment would be better than the Seaforth Highlanders there, just by the nature of you can get them out a little bit sooner. But of course, I guess Jinlun is kind of counting on the fact that he plays a turn 2 War Machine, that he finds that early. That means that turn 3 he can drop the C4s anyway. But it's just a matter of sometimes it can be that one turn earlier. It can be that slightly better variance, so to speak, if you don't find that War Machine early. But I'm super excited to see if this deck actually gets through, because this is an interesting deck to ban, because you just kind of don't know where you have this deck. I feel like a lot of the decks that we're seeing in today's tournament, you kind of know what the matchup is that you want to go into, but just like Vinny's Soviet France deck, I feel like that's one of the decks where you're like, you know what, I'm not sure where I stand against this deck, and maybe I just want to play against something that's more familiar and more comfortable for me to play against, instead of playing up into this, unknown deck that I'm not sure if I'm going to beat or how I'm going to beat.
Well, from one perspective, you're absolutely right. If you're not comfortable again or unknown how to play against this matchup, it's a wise choice to ban it. On the other side, Ramp is very popular on the meta for some reason. It's not super successful, it's not an A-tier deck list, but a lot of people are just playing Ramp on the ladder and crushing control decks with it. So I'm very sure all of the people we are looking at in this tournament are identifying this ramp deck as heavy control, being able to win against other control-like decks and being weak to aggro. So I'm not expecting people to ban this because they don't know this, but because they actually know how this will affect the lineup.
Yeah, all right. I mean, I can see that. And you know what? The reason why I think it's popular on ladder, ramp is fun. I mean,
Yeah.
it's so much fun, dude. Having like 16, 17 credits and just being like, oh, P17, Avenger, Pershing, it's fun, right? So
That's true.
I hope Jinlun has some fun today and finds success with his ramp deck, because yeah, it's going to be a fun time. But apart from that, those are kind of the three standout decks. But in addition to this, we're also seeing a lot of the Soviet Japan self-damage decks again this time around. Those are still powerful, or do you feel like those have been recrafted and countered to some extent? Coming from last month's OCC into this one, do you think they're going to be as effective, or are we going to see them slightly less effective this time around?
It's very hard to predict if they are like as effective, because this kind of deck is a tournament deck. You won't see them a lot on the ladder. During the vacation, I was playing a lot, and I very rarely face those self-damaging decks because they do have counter. It's like a tech deck, especially for tournaments. You are able to take J aggro and compete with that. You are able to snowball really hard and being able to get rid of slower control decks just by having a ton of very, very chunky units early on in the game. But there are definitely ways to counter it. For example, this credit denial deck is brutal against self-damage decks, because without credits, this deck is not being able to do anything. And even some slower decks or some faster decks like Brit Air having a very good time against the self-damaging decks. I think the appearance of Brit Air in the ladder is the reason for this deck being not played on ladder. So it's really depending on the lineup, and I'm expecting everyone who's bringing a self-damaging deck to ban Brit. to get rid of Brit Air or the Credit Denial deck.
All right, well, we'll see if you are correct in just a few moments. That's going to be it for today's pregame show, The War Room. Myself and Darkness just chilling, talking some cards, but we're going to be right back with you and bringing you all the action from this month's top 8 August OCC competition, and I can't wait. Let's go to a break, and then when we're back, we're going to go straight into the quarterfinals after we review some decks and some player profiles. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself maybe a snack, but don't stray too far away from the computer. And we'll be right back in a few minutes. welcome everybody to the Officer Club Championship for the month of August. My name is Olikrummi Steinarsson, and I will be your host slash caster today, and I am joined by none other than the one and only Darkness. Darkness, we did a little bit of this in the war room, but how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's sunny, I'm on vacation. I still have all of my tech gear with me. Funny situation with airport security when I was asked about technical device and pulled out everything, microphone, headphones, etc. But I made it through, and now I'm here casting from Spain and enjoying some cards action. Ollie, I'm doing great.
Yeah, no, it sounds like it. I mean, you're in sunny Spain, you're doing some cards. Couldn't be a whole lot better. Well, for everybody watching, thank you so much for tuning in at Darkness. Thank you so much for taking time out of your vacation to be with us here today. But we have an action-packed day with today's Officer Club Championship Top 8. Let's take a look at the brackets so you all know what's in store for you. Let's bring it up right now. There you go. These are our 8 competitors, and they are ordered in this way. J King 7 is going to be taking on newcomer to the OCC, Jinlun. So Jinlun not getting the easiest first match of his OCC career here in the top 8. Berto is going to be taking on Tiger, 2 veterans of the game there. We've seen them multiple times in the top 8s of all OCCs. We've seen them in top 4s, top 16s of Opens. No in 5, of course, one of the most successful competitors from the Chinese community, taking on Vinny, who I feel like Vinny's getting more consistent and being among the top players here in cards. Exceptional player. He's cast with us before as well, and has done a lot of great stuff around theory crafting new decks and bringing new things to the tournament scene. So awesome to see Vinny there, but again, tall task taking on, the Chinese Terminator, no in 5. And then finally, we have 2 newcomers facing off against each other in the last quarterfinal match, which is going to be Xiaolang from China and then Pilsudski from Poland. And I think it's going to be cool that either one of them is going to make it into the semifinals. The 2 quarterfinal matches we're going to be bringing you today is going to be Berto and Tiger, and Xiaolang versus Pilsudski. No in 5 and Vinny and J King versus Jinlun are going to be played off stream. So with that in mind, the first series that we're going to bring you is going to be Berto and Tiger. But before we get into that, let's take a look at some of the player profile, Darkness, so that we get to know these players a little bit better.
Well, some of them we do now, definitely. For example, J King. He's like the stable top player of cards.
Yep, and has been for a long time.
Yeah, has been for a long time. So if we look at J King's stats there, he has 20,000 matches, almost 19,459, and that's a lot of matches. I don't even want to know what that is in hours, but think about this. He has 70% win ratio over 19,459 matches, which is absolutely absurd. And it's not like 300 matches and he came in like way above everyone else and then grinded to the top. No, this is him playing in the top tier competition for multiple years and maintaining that win rate. So absolutely phenomenal achievement for him.
In hours, J King just told me recently he has 2,700 hours on Steam. So you could learn a language during that time.
It's pretty crazy. He finished this season second most played is Britain, and his favorite card, we always put this addendum, it's the old Night Witches, but he still lingers with the new Night Witches up there as well. His opponent he's going to be facing off against is going to be Jinlun from China, and you can see it there. Jinlun, not a newcomer to the game by any means, 7,200 plus matches there, and maintaining a very respectable 60% win rate across that. He's finished 31st in the season. That means that he played himself up through the qualifiers to make it into the OCC. And I've always talked about it. This is something that I believe is a little bit of an advantage. You get to test your decks out in the tournament meta the weekend before the tournament. You get some tournament experience under your belt as well, especially if you're kind of new to the top 8. And you shake off those cobwebs, you get your decks tuned and ready for battle, and then you show up to the main event ready to kick ass.
That's absolutely true, Ollie. It's very hard to get through those qualification process, and even though the other player know your decks because it's published, you still have a slight advantage in terms of experience the current meta in tournaments.
Yep. Then if we move on further down the bracket, we have our good friend and sometimes co-caster Berto Burrito. Berto Burrito, also a member of Team Ammo, along with J King and yourself. He's played 8,303 matches, has found tremendous success within those matches, maintaining a 70% win ratio. Finished the season in 5th. Most played is Britain, and I would say in general, just a very, very solid player. Really good to have him when he gets here to cast with us, but he seems to have decided to, make a run for being the best player in KARDS this month, and I respect that. So it's going to be interesting to see how he does facing off against Tiger from China. And there we see it. Tiger, we've seen him around the block a few times, almost over 11,000 matches there for him, and maintaining a respectable 64.58% win ratio. Finished this season in 15th, so he was also going through the play-ins, and again, could be working to his advantage. Most played for him is USA. Not bringing a ton of USA today, though, but you can see it there with his favorite card, the 507th PIR. He is definitely a US player at heart, probably waiting for some more buffs to ramp so that he can finally get into his wheelhouse. Now let's move on to the next player here, Noen5 from China. Finished the season in 3rd. And he's got 14,000 matches played, and he has that absurd win rate of 73.75%. That's absolutely bonkers, Darkness.
It's absolutely crazy. I remember when we started to show those player profiles, he was at 71% and something after the dot. I can't recall. But it was very close, and he was just a tiny bit better in win rate compared to myself. But he just got 2 additional percentage in his win rate during the 6 months or 8 months. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I called him the Chinese Terminator, because ever since he came into the scene, he's been an absolute wrecking ball. And I feel like I say this almost every month because he is here every month. I feel like no one's that kind of player that can take a seemingly mid-range deck and somehow find the win within the first, 5 or 6 turns of the game. He seems to know exactly when to push the pedal to the metal and pour on the pressure. So I'm going to be super excited to follow Noen here. Hasn't been finding the success that he wanted to in OCCs as of late, but maybe this month is Noen5's month. We'll have to wait and see. The next player up we have is going to be Vinny. He's hailing from the US of A. Most played nation is going to be USA as well. And out of 14,000 plus matches, maintaining a 68.5 win ratio. I think it's absolutely crazy to think about the fact that a good win ratio is like 55%. But all these guys are rocking, 67, 70%, 60% plus. It just shows that these are players that have really got stuck into KARDS, and they've been ahead of the pack so far. Then moving on, we have another competitor from China. This is a newcomer to the OCC, but I believe he was in the top 128 last World Championship. He's been doing some admin work for us and helping us out a lot in the back end here, so a huge shout out to Xiaolang for that. But he's got almost 14,000 matches and is also maintaining above 60% win ratio at 63.28. finished the season in 4th place, so maybe this is his time to start staking his claim to one of those stable spots in the Officer Club Championship. We'll have to wait and see what he's able to do, but super excited to see him take on fellow newcomer hailing from Poland, Pilsudski. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. If you know in chat, please let us know. If Pilsudski knows, please let us know. By far the fewest number, or the lowest number of total matches here from our Polish competitor, 3,866, but already having above 70% win ratio and making it into an OCC. That tells you that, you know, he is here to play, and he's an exciting talent prospect to watch in the future.
Who is this guy? Less than 4K total matches, above 70% win rate, and played through the qualifier. Wow, okay. I'm super hyped to see this person because he's like a completely new player, an underdog with insane stats. This is going to be interesting today.
Yeah, and fittingly, his favorite card is a Polish card. I wonder if us adding Poland to the game had anything to do with him joining up and starting to dominate. But at least, you know, a few months in after he joined, he's making it into an OCC and getting a chance to prove himself on the big stage against the big boys. So super excited to see if he's able to take it all the way here today. So those were the players that we're going to be following today, Darkness. I kind of got to agree with you, man. These newcomers, they bring some interesting stuff to the table, and I'm super excited to see how they do.
Oh, I'm super hyped. Especially for the last one, Pilsudski. I think it's the first Polish player we are seeing in the esports scene. And the stats are looking very small compared to the other top player, but as good as the compared top player too. So I'm expecting a lot from today, seeing new stuff, new people, and let's have a look into the deck lists, the stuff they are bringing to the table. First, we are seeing Birdo Burrito against Tiger, and Birdo is bringing the Credit Deny deck. We already talked a lot about this in the pre-show. It's a control deck focusing on destroying the opponent's credits and controlling the board. Very strong against aggro and other control decks. The second deck, it's the self-damaging decks. We already saw this last month a lot. This is focused on cards who are damaging your own HQ, like Bloody Sickle, or I forgot the red.
The Red Dawn?
The Red Dawn, yes, exactly. Damaging not 1 but 3 an opponent unit and your own. This will lead to those rifles reducing the deployment costs, so you are able to get 6 infantry units on very early on, and of course as combo with the Sunrise division as well, who are potentially even bigger infantry units, preferred to be played very early on. So this stuff can snowball massively, and we already talked about, at least mentioned it in the pre-show. The last one, last but not least, this is interesting. It's German U.S. Heinz. Not like the No 5 deck we saw last month. This one is way more aggressive. It's comparable to the Fast Heinz deck without Fast Heinz, actually. But it is just as aggressive. You're playing a bunch of German tanks supported by some US infantry units and tanks as well, and some buffs like We Can Do It and Blitzkrieg to overrun your opponent. Blitzkrieg can, I feel like should be the name of this deck, because the idea is to have fast units and just overrun your opponent early on.
Yeah, I was about to say, now that Fast Heinz has kind of moved out of this deck, we need to start finding new names. Because any of the newer players coming in here, it's just like, well, he's bringing the Fast Heinz deck, and then it's like, hey, there's a card called Fast Heinz, but it's not in this deck. What? Where's it coming from? But I like Blitzkrieg. You know, this is very much embodies that style of warfare, right? Like, let's blitz some tanks in your face and let's take you by surprise and quickly eliminate you by, you know, playing that Blitzkrieg and massively boosting our attack potential within a single turn.
Yeah, you're right. Let's call it the Blitzkrieg deck. I do like it. Okay, and his opponent from China, Tiger, who's definitely a stable to the KARDS esport community as well. He is bringing and stable to the as deck from the KARDS esport community. It's Japan, Germany, called J-Aggro. It's one of the most famous, most popular decks in KARDS. It's relatively easy to build. For every newcomer, I recommend starting this if you want to get competitive. Just very fast with a lot of cheap Japan units like the Cavalry Regiment, the Bicycle Regiment, and there are some small differences to the usual J-Aggro deck. This one contains a Type 96 AA gun. It's an artillery setting the HP to 1 from every air unit. Looking at control or Brit Air, this is a reasonable card to use. And he's using 1 Flampanzer. Usually you're not playing Flampanzer because 2 operation cost is too slow. But it's a great addition to kill airplanes for 1 credit, or for example Jesko or the Engineers Battalion from the Soviets to be able to deploy more damage or to reduce damage reduction.
Yep.
This is the first deck from Tiger. His second deck, it's Britain, Japan. It's the credit denial deck. We already saw this and talked about this, so I'd like to skip that explanation. And the third one is, again, the self-damaging deck with wait a second. There are some few differences to or some features for this deck. He's using, for example, Lesser of 2 Evils. It's a card who's drawing you 2 new cards, but you have to discard 1. So usually you're playing this in combination with stuff you actually want to discard, for example, Supply Chain from USA. This is a little bit questionable to me why he's using that, but of course card draw is often a problem with the Soviet self-damaging deck. And he does uses Hurrah and Great Patriotic War as additional win combination. With Great Patriotic War, you're setting the HP of both HQs to 12, and with Hurrah, you're giving your units the ability that additional damage, like excess damage, is targeting the opponent HQ. Even if your opponent has units in the front line and you have big units in your support line, with you are able to attack through them and killing your opponent after using Great Patriotic War. So that is very interesting for this decklist as well. And that's it for the first bracket. Let's dive into this matchup.
Yeah, I'm super excited and ready to jump on into this matchup. It's going to be a hard-fought one, and there we see the bans. Berto Burrito banning out Britain, he's banning out Britain, and Tiger is banning out Britain. There's no Britain allowed in this series, which means that we're going to be seeing the Soviet self-damage decks and the Blitzkrieg deck along with J-Aggro. So both players bringing some speed and determination to the table on this one.
Definitely reasonable. The credit deny deck as control deck is very strong against the self-damaging deck, very strong against J-Aggro, and very strong against the Blitzkrieg deck. So it's logical for both players to ban that one. And I like to mention, those mirror matchups are really strange because both sides are trying to get rid of the opponent's credits and not having a lot of your win options, to kill the other opponent. I queued into J King and we were both playing the same deck 2 days ago. That was one very, very strange and hard mirror matchup because you
Yeah.
have to think about so many options, so many possibilities, and every person has like very few options to kill the other one, but a ton of options to prevent that. So it's not a fun mirror matchup. It's a very exhausting mirror matchup.
Absolutely.
I personally would have banned that definitely in this lineup scenario.
Yeah. It's going to be super interesting to see. We're just waiting for the players to get on into the match at this point. We'll
Waiting
see
for
if
the
we can
player.
get that.
It's getting hot here.
Oh,
I had this is a souvenir. I got this from a souvenir shop. I bought myself a hat because I'm afraid the sun here in Spain will burn my scalp, and I wanted to get like an Spanish, what is this called? Fan?
yeah. Fan. In Icelandic, it's called Blævangur.
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Blævangur.
Blævangur.
Blævangur, yes.
In German, it's fan.
Well, I mean, we're notorious for making difficult words here in Iceland. There's an Icelandic comedian. He's called Ari Eldjárn, and he has this bit where he talks about how Iceland just goes its own way whenever it does words. So deodorant, for instance, in Iceland is svitalykta eyðir. And we're also really literal when we make words. So svitalykta eyðir directly translates to sweat smell destroyer.
I love that. I can't pronounce it. And deodorant in Germany is deodorant. So we are just pronouncing it like the way we are pronouncing it. There's actually another word for this. It's called Fächer. This is more German, but if someone's saying German is hard, try Icelandic. Jesus.
Yes, Icelandic has been rated one of the hardest words in the languages in the world to learn, actually. And I don't know if people know this in general, but Icelandic, like modern day Icelandic, is so close to the Old Norse that was spoken, among the Vikings back in the day, is that we can read the manuscripts from year like 1100 without needing to translate them at all, right? I can just pick it up and read it like a book. Yeah. So like
That's
slight
super
variations in spelling and a few things that you maybe go like, what is he referring to there? And it's like a word that was used for, I don't know, like the blood of ravens or something. And you're like, oh, we don't really talk about that anymore, so it's kind of fallen out of use. But outside of that, it's just pretty simple. We have the first result in, actually, so we can take a look at the updated bracket while we wait for the players to get on into the game. J King 7 has 2-0'd Jin Lun. Congratulations, J King, on advancing into the semifinals. But we are into the first series of this OCC on broadcast here, at least. Birdo Burrito taking on Tiger, and both have brought the Soviet self-damage deck in this first matchup. So
I remember us last month looking for the self-damaging deck. Like, we want to see that, we want to cast that, but the people continually to ban it every single time. And now we are seeing the mirror matchup between that. That's very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty excited to see how this one goes. If we'll actually end up with the first ever self-damage, self-defeat in this one. They're going to be competing to damage themselves more than the opponent. So, but already looking at the hands there, Birdo, yes, he's got one of the 34th guards there, but I would say a better early hand here for Tiger, finding two 456 rifles that he can start dropping.
Yeah, this is. I mean, both players do have options, like a few units to play. Birdo's not looking happy here. He wants to deploy the Yak. But of course, it's very hard to protect the Yak against this Red Dawn. I feel like Tiger's having a slight advantage by having just more options here as a second player. You are starting with 2 additional cards, but of course the player who goes first has like one additional credit to use, or average of 0.5 credits. So Birdo actually protecting his Yak by not playing it and waiting for Tiger. Scouting party, very strong play here from Tiger. Not only getting intel on one card, I believe, the rifles. What's this number? 340.
34th rifles.
34th. 34th rifle.
So I mean, Tiger now knows that any damage that is levied against the HQ of Birdo reduces the cost of those. So Birdo, possibly being influenced by the fact that the intel had uncovered that card, just decides to play it out on the 4 credit drop. I mean, he doesn't have a combination of multiple cards that he's looking to play out in the next couple of turns anyway. So I think that just makes sense. But now I think Tiger is in a little bit of a tough spot. What does he find here? Finds 34th guards. I wonder if we're going to see him drop a 456 rifles and then move up, or if he's just going to move both 33rd recons into the front line.
Having this 456 rifles available is very strong here. He even uses Red Dawn to buff it. Birdo definitely has to kill this unit. This can snowball really hard. He finds an own one, 456 rifles out of the sickle, now using Red Dawn. If he would have played the different order, first Red Dawn, then Bloody Sickle, this would have been a mistake because he couldn't use the self-damage to buff this card. So great choice by Birdo here.
Yeah, and I mean, good for him to find that off the top as well. Would have been a pretty difficult situation otherwise. That means that he would have been using a Bloody Sickle and a Red Dawn without actually influencing any of the cards that he has in his deck, which is exactly the purpose of this deck, is to do that. So
absolutely right.
But now he's in a tough spot. This is a tough spot with the 2 456 coming out from Tiger, both being buffed. And the only thing being available are 2 Winter Warfares, neither of which you want to play here, because they're going to help buff the opponents, the units from Tiger, and would have given him 2 draws.
Yeah, but Birdo waited with his Yak for Tiger to play 2 Red Dawn, and actually that was amazing. He could have played a turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, but by not doing so, Tiger now has no option to kill the Yak, and the Yak will not only draw an additional card, but also damage the HQ and buff the 456 rifles of Birdo Burrito. So that was an demonstration of amazingly patient, and Tiger now has to use the Sendai regiment to not get a big disadvantage here. Interesting, both players had drawn Great Patriotic War the turn before while having 13 and 12 credits, so they are not doing anything here. Birdo drawing an additional card, Engineers Battalion. It's not great. He's just killing one of the recons and buffing his unit more by playing the SU. Tiger just found a Winter Warfare. He really needed that earlier to get 2 card draws from both weekends, but now one weekend is already dead. And
yeah, but keep in mind that 34th rifles in the hand of Tiger has Blitz, right?
It has Blitz here.
It came through Zukov, right? So he's able to blitz that now into the front line and give it plus, or he's going to drop the Sunrise division as well. And so much power being put on the board within that turn from Tiger, a 7-7 and a 9-9 and a 5-3 plus moving some units into the front line. Massive turn there for Tiger, and definitely puts Birdo a little bit on the back foot, because he's now only a couple of turns away from having his defenses broken through and getting into some trouble.
That's true, but I felt, of course, this was the most potential value, but having the 7-7 in the front line could have been more dangerous to Birdo Burrito.
Agreed.
So
I definitely agree with that. I feel like that's something that Tiger may have undervalued there, because that would have meant that he had an additional 7 damage to apply from the front line this turn. Would have been potentially tough against the Sunrise division coming out of Birdo, but
well, with Bloody Sickle and Trade, they wouldn't be guard, and this would have been lethal this turn. With oh wait, did he just play the SU? No, he's able to attack.
Oh, he's able to attack with it. Yeah,
So
it would have been lethal. That's true.
Would have been lethal. So slight mistake from Tiger's side by going for the maximum value Sunrise division. Well, he really played the guard and the Sunrise division fast, so maybe he just forgot about the Zukov effect. At least this happened to me a few times.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
I mean, it's been sitting there pretty much since turn 1 or 2, so. Now, great patriotic war coming out from Birdo Burrito, plus trading another unit with the Engineer Battalion on board, putting himself to 14 HP. And I think it's pretty funny that neither player has had a hit on their HQ happen from their opponent until now, yet they're still at very low HP. And I'm having a hard time to see how Birdo is going to be able to deal with 18 damage and 18 health in the front line right now, having expended most of his options to deal with them easily, at least.
Yeah,
he's going to be able to take out one, but apart from that, this game's over, I believe.
I mean, he does have a guard option.
Yeah.
But Tiger is playing the scouting party, so even if Birdo is using those Winter Warfares, Tiger is getting 4 cards. Stukov giving another guard option. I think it's necessary for him to play. Yeah, he can trade one Sunrise this. I forgot. This one has Blitz, so he is able to kill the Sendai Regiment. Tiger is getting 2 card draws. And of course, those guards units are getting buffed.
Both of these guard units are going to die in this round. And oh no, there's the Sendai! The Sendai comes in clutch! Regiment,
getting rid of the second guard, Sunrise Division, maximum value, still being able to close out the game. Could have been a bit faster, but this was a more safer play, leading to more board dominance, and Tiger's able to win the first round against Birdo Burrito. GG.
I feel like GG's, but I feel like Birdo was unfortunate there in the fact that he had to use a couple of his self-damaging cards very early on without getting any benefit back, right? Yes, he was reducing the cost of a single 34th guards, but you want to see more value come in return for taking 3 self-inflicted damage to your HQ than just buffing a single 34th or reducing the cost on a single 34th.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right here. Well, now Birdo Burrito has a choice between going for the self-damage deck again into Japan. This matchup, I think it's slightly favored for Soviet because there are so many ways to kill the aggression units. But of course, Birdo has to win with both decks, and the Blitzkrieg deck is able to win against Japan aggro as well. It's a little bit slower because of the operation cost of the units, but the units are having bigger bodies. The tanks are able to trade 1 for 2.
Yeah, I think Birdo made the
Hmm.
right call swapping there, because I think you want to try and put Tiger with his back up against the wall, as we see Tiger there with a nice cup of cement.
Cement?
It seems like we're dealing with some graphical glitches after the update to Unreal Engine 5 within the spectator mode, so we're not seeing the beautiful coffee that we're normally used to in there. Instead, it looks like he's has a concoction of cement there. But
Doesn't really. Yeah, I see.
however, I mean, Birdo fighting back here early, utilizing the engineer battalion to trade out the bicycle regiment. Good call by him. Now, still damage being levied to the HQ of Birdo early on here from Tiger. Now, Birdo basically has to figure out a way to deal with that back. And as you said, because of the operation cost, that can be difficult to do because he has to spend 2 credits within this turn to trade out that 35T instead of using it to play units. So likely at the end of this turn, he's going to be left with 1 Panzer 2A on board. But thankfully for him, there's not a ton of stuff. Ooh, I like this. Just drops the 15 centimeter autocannon.
Yeah, that was a nice play. He could have used 2 units to kill the Panzer 35T in the front line, what would be very inefficient because of the buff by the Type 97, I believe. Yeah, he would have lost at least 1 tank. And now he is forcing Tiger to trade himself instead of applying more damage. That was a great play by Birdo. But he's not drawing great options here. It's looking even worse now. Marder is definitely possible. Marder got changed, so every time Birdo is killing an opponent's unit, he's getting a card draw. And the Marder is able to trade 1 for 1 into the Meter Regiment. So it's a dangerous threat to keep this one alive as well.
I do like the fact though that he's putting value cards down and he's forcing Tiger into a decision.
Exactly. And by forcing Tiger into a decision, attacking the HQ, what is the game plan is, or killing the artillery, what is necessary, or other value cards, what is necessary to be in control and have like the board control. He is, even though he's behind right now, playing proactive. And by not killing the Marder, he now has the opportunity to trade and getting more card draw.
That's a nice draw, finding that Nash up there. It gives him the chance to play the Greyhound at the end of the turn as well, giving him another tank in the backline. And with only 2 attack damage on the board there for Tiger, he has to potentially, either, he's going to play out the Raiding Brigade for sure. But it makes it more difficult for him to reach Birdo's HQ there.
I think this was a very critical turn by Tiger. Like the last 2 turns, the first one, he was going to kill the artillery, the autocannon. What was necessary, of course, because he had to kill it. The artillery can attack without trading. But the turn after, he chose to not kill the Marder, the value card. And this gave Birdo a comeback potential by taking the front line, killing a bunch of units, reducing the current turn's value, the damage by Tiger, I mean, to 2. Only those little units were able to do something. And I think Tiger recognized that. So with the Raiding Brigade, he went for the Nachschub to kill the Nachschub and stop Birdo from gaining more credits, more value.
Yeah.
So Birdo now, I mean, he does have a comfort pet, a dog, on his lap, but there are not a lot of options he actually can use. Blitzing out the Greyhound, killing the bicycle regiments, and just playing some units.
So that's going to be 4 damage.
Yeah, it's 4 damage. Birdo is running really low on HP.
He does have a We Can Do It to heal himself up a little bit, but at the same time, that costs a lot of credits.
It costs so much credits. And look at that. Tiger used the second surprise attack not to pin a unit, not to kill a unit with a combination, just pinning the unit and reducing the options of Birdo. That is a great play here. Birdo Burrito could play We Can Do It, but he would only be able to kill 2 units and doesn't really look that good. He can trade 1 Greyhound into the second Raiding Brigade and buff all the other tanks with the Panzer 3F, I believe.
Yeah.
With 3 credits, yeah. So this card would have Blitz, but again, probably not enough credits to 1 credit shot to attack with it, and all of the other tanks as well.
Yeah, I mean, he can. This is kind of what I expected him to do. Play the We Can Do It, and he can trade out 3 damage off the board. This means that he's going to be at 2 life after this one.
But there's a Rado and
the desperate measures. That's going to be it. Desperate measures is enough to clutch it. Finding the Arado off the top, and Tiger wins this series against Birdo 2-0. Great play by Tiger, but I feel like Birdo was just on the back foot given the hands that he was dealt in this series, and unfortunate in the mirror matchup. Then you have a difficult choice, right? You don't want to really play the Soviet self-damage into Jagro because of the burn. Hard couple of matches there for Birdo, and unfortunately we have to say goodbye to him here today. But Tiger, on the other hand, not really missing a beat. It was that first game, not using the blitz on the 34th. That was the only real misplay or mistake that I saw from Tiger in this match.
Well, it was a misplay from our perspective, seeing both hands, Ollie. Looking at the game of the first game itself, Tiger chose to go for the maximum of value, what is an legit move, because he could not see Birdo's hand and couldn't identify what was best or not. Of course, the going for the blitz would have resulted in killing Birdo more early, but with I don't know if there could be a potential answer from Birdo by punishing this move he didn't do. It's always very hard to predict what is the best way of playing if you're not able to see your opponent's hand. And overall, Tiger played very well in the first mirror matchup, and of course in the second mirror matchup as well. Not mirror matchup, but the second match, J Aggro against the Blitzkrieg deck as well. Of course, it's questionable to let the Marder survive. This allowed Birdo Burrito to come back, to get more tanks down, to get some more control back. But at the end, Birdo wasn't able to do anything in this second matchup because he completely lost the first 3 turns. He wasn't able to get into this match, and especially against J Aggro, it's critical to be able to withstand the first waves. If the first waves of units are just attacking you and reducing your HQ, and you're not really able to do anything, and after the first few turns you're not able to get rid of the opponent's front line, but you have to play value cards and hope your opponent is slowing himself down. That was a really tough decision. So,
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, I feel like Berto did everything that he could to kind of try and put pebbles in the road there for Tiger, but you know, Tiger just had the upper hand. He had the matchups, and once he had that mirror
Yeah.
matchup win, I feel like that was the game one was the deciding game of this series, right? It's a tough mirror matchup to play. Tiger got the better of that one, and you know, even if Berto was able to clutch a win with his Blitzkrieg deck, he would have had an uphill battle with his Soviet self-damage deck into Jagro. It's something that we've seen, you know, multiple times. It can be a difficult thing to manage.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have anything to add?
Well, GG to both players. Well fought, Beto Burrito. Congratulations, Tiger. He now has to face J-King. I'm sure Berto wouldn't be that happy playing against J-King as well. That's definitely a tough opponent. And yeah, let's have a look at the bracket. We already knew J-King won against the new player Jinlan. Tiger was able to win 2-0 against Berto Burrito. 9-5 won 2-0 against Rini. A lot of short and quick matches here today. And the last one from the first corner of the bracket is Xia Lang against Pitsutski. Maybe. I hope I pronounce it kind of right. So this is a match we are actually, I was waiting for, because there are two newcomers to our spotlight, to our tournaments. Of course, Xia Lang has been around for quite some time. And the other one is completely new from Poland. I want to see those matches, Ollie. I really want to see those matches.
Well, you're in luck because that is the series that we have coming up next, and I'm with you. I'm super excited for it. I'm wondering how the matches went there between No and 5 and Vinny, just what decks were played, because I really want to know if that Soviet France deck, how that played out and what it faced. But we might get an update on that a little bit later, but for now, let's take a look at the decks that we have for our upcoming matchup between Xia Lang and Pilsudski.
Yeah, let's go. So Xia Lang his first deck is Japan, German, J-Aggro. We just saw Tiger playing this deck. It's a very fast deck, very aggressive deck. So I don't really need to go very deep into this. The second deck is Brit, Italy. This one is an air deck. We saw air for quite some time. This was very popular last month and the months before, when the side nation Italy came up. With those fiats, you're able to add even more damage and pressure to this air deck. Fiat is a 1-credit Italian plane with 1-2 stats and 0 operation costs. But this is not enough. It's getting buffed if you're controlling more units than your opponent, and this counts for this fiat as well. So if you're going first, dropping a fiat, it's then 2-2 plane with 0 operation cost. Incredible strong along the meta, the ranked meta and tournament meta. And his third deck. This is a deck what a lot of people are looking for, waiting for, because it features the King Tiger of Germany. It's a heavy control deck with Germany and Italy, with a lot of control features like countermeasures from the deep, careless talk, even some discard, some very strong units, and some health gain with Mare Nostrum. So this deck is very flexible, very strong overall, maybe a little bit slow. So, but yeah, you're able to overrun it if you're lucky with your start. This counts for basically every J-Aggro matchup. But this deck is really, really balanced overall and able to compete with every deck. So I'm looking forward to the bans from the new player, Pilsudski, and let's have a look into his decks. So this first one, this looks familiar. Yeah, it's Japan, Germany, J-Aggro. We saw this one before. The second one is German, USA. And it's not...
I mean, it's worth highlighting here with the Jaggro deck. I mean, if you are a newer player and you are watching this stream right now, take a look at this deck, screenshot it, use snipping tool, get it, go to KARDS.com/decks, find this deck, get to making it, because this is something that's going to help you climb the ladder extremely well.
And very fast, because the game length is not that long. Control mirror matchups can take a lot of your time, and if you're not able to play 8 hours a day, this will help you significantly getting into the top 38 and being able to compete for the OCC. So his second deck is German Brit as well, but it's not the Blitzkrieg deck of Birdo Burrito. If you're looking into it, it has Dive Bombing and Greif and FW19A and Jagdbomber. From US side, the War Machine, so some ramp components, we can do it, and the Alliance. This deck looks very similar to the value deck No95 was bringing last month. So Pilsudski did his homework and used some, not really budget, but definitely cheaper to craft decks from last OCC, from No95. The J-Aggro and the value deck. And No95 is one of the strongest player and very successful on ladder. So I'm not surprised by this actually. And the third deck is again Britain, Italy, Air with 2 Fiats, 1 Mana Nostrum, another very strong ladder deck and tournament deck. So Pilsudski is using 3 aggressive decks, 3 very potential and proven decks, and decks you would usually use on the ladder. So he's not using specific or tech tournament decks, and this is why I'm expecting him to play well. He's a relatively new player, but of course, to get into the OCC, he needs to play a lot of ladder, and he's bringing those decks who are very successful and proven in ladder and in tournament.
Yep.
So, yeah, let's look into the bans of Xialang and Pilsudski.
Again, it looks like no Britain allowed in this matchup either. And in fact, we just got the notification here from our production team that everybody banned Britain round 1 except for Jinlun, who banned out the Japan deck from J-King. So it looks like people just don't want to face Britain at all, and I think it definitely has something to do with that super duper combo that we talk about, supply shortage, critical damage, which basically pins and kills your entire board that you had out when it was played. But now we're gonna see Jaggro versus Jaggro, and we're gonna see Germany versus Germany, even though it's slightly different German decks that these players are bringing to the table.
Yes, you're right. They are, well, not slightly different, much different, Ollie. The mid... I would consider the Pilsudski deck German US as mid-range deck, mid-range value. And Xialang is bringing a lot of control. The Italy, for example, La Decima, the King Tiger, it's like heavy control. So maybe Xialang even has an advantage because of this Italy component. If he's able to survive the early game of Pilsudski.
Yeah, and here we go. The second on-stream series of this month's Officer Club Championship is underway, and we have Pilsudski playing the Jaggro deck against Xialang playing his Germany deck.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. Xilang's deck is a little bit slow, but has a lot of control aspects into it. For example, this decisive defense will slow down Pilsudski a lot. And if he's not able to get a great advantage early on, it will become super hard for him to win against Xialang's deck here because of the Mare Nostrum heal potential. Now, Pilsudski really thinking about, there's some options. He could deal 3 damage with a type, but this wouldn't be credit efficient. He could have
It
played
would also be super easy for CLN to trade it out with the Arado
exactly.
on the second turn.
So the real decision would have been between Akita Regiment, 22nd, and maybe Wirbelwind. So for now, he chooses the Akita Regiment, but there's a decisive defense. And it's open deck list. Pilsudski knows there are countermeasures, and there are a ton of countermeasures, like Careless Talk, decisive defense, and From the Deep. And Pilsudski he's playing around decisive defense.
He does it. That's so good. And let's see if he does it again. I mean, surely he expects something is up. This is the second turn in a row that Xiaolang has floated 3 credits, and you don't really do that unless you either have a completely brick of a hand, or if you're playing decisive defense. I think the downside right now for Pilsudski is the fact that because he's already holding the front line, he doesn't really.
He checked for From the Deep, and now he's buffing his units, Akita Regiment, triggering it, and hoping the Akita damage would have killed it. Sadly hits the HQ, so he has to trade into. Xialang just dropping this U88, very potential unit. You're getting a copy of any unit you're able to destroy. And Pilsudski is not really able to deal with it right now. I mean, he could use Sendai Regiment.
Yeah. I feel like Sendai on that JU88G is like important, right? Like this is one of my least favorite cards to see the opponent play against me in the game, because it has such high HP, has such high defense, and it can be so sticky on the board that I want to get rid of it as fast as I can. And correct me if I'm wrong, the Type 96 AA gun will help him deal with it later on.
That's true. That's true. Well, Xialang just got it back immediately. And this is a problem for Pilsudski. The V1 Flying Bomb killing the Type 99. I mean, Pilsudski should go into the HQ, but Xialang can, for example, kill the Akita Regiment and then has a copy of the Akita Regiment, helping him to deal with the front line. This is terrifying to play against, and Pilsudski currently not really able to do something about it. The best way probably is to play the Wirbelwind and go and just attack the HQ, bringing it down to 10. But Xialang, of course, using the Mare Nostrum now.
Oh, that's huge. That makes that card even worse to deal with.
Yeah.
That high HP line. It's just so difficult.
It's super hard to deal with.
And he needs to get rid of it.
Because the Mare Nostrum already healed 5 for 5. If he's attacking 1 time more, it's probably 18 health again. This does not look good for Pilsudski. But he's not able to kill it right now. I mean, he could use the Wirbelwind and the Panzerbefehlswagen, but Xialang would have 23 HP after trading into it. And Xialang would get the Wirbelwind and the Panzerbefehlswagen. It's horrible for Pilsudski right now.
I think this might be one of the most underrated, strongest cards available in the game. I feel like whenever my opponent plays this, I get into trouble, especially if I'm playing aggro decks that have cheap units, and are in a situation where I need to attack into it multiple times to get it out of the off the field.
Yeah, because it's sticking to the board. I mean, look at that. +5. He got a whirlwind. He's using the Akita regiment to clear the board and blocking the front line with whirlwind.
I think Pilsudski has to play the Arado now. Hope that he finds a bombing raid and is able to finally get that off the field.
Yeah, this is necessary. The Mare Nostrum already healed for 10. And without that Mare Nostrum onto this fighter, 6 health on the HQ would have been frightening for Xialang. But 16 plus this fighter is a very, very good spot for Xialang to be in.
Yeah. This is a tough one. I think you need to go for the Arado here. I think you just absolutely need to.
Well, the Arado is getting pinned. So Pilsudski is
Okay.
preventing the pin and dealing the maximum damage possible by killing this one. Very important. Very strong play here.
Ooh, from the deep. Is the from the deep gonna catch the Sheeden? That's the big question.
I don't think Pilsudski is going for the Sheeden right here. Because he could drop it and attack, but with the guard protecting the HQ, it's not worth it. Without the guard, it could be worth it. But you really don't want to drop the Sheeden and attacking into the guard. I mean, Xialang is floating 5 credits.
Yeah. He's floating 5 credits. And I mean, just look at the hand there. The King Tiger is just waiting.
3 credits. Sorry, 3 credits. The guard was 6.
Yeah. You are correct.
Yeah.
From the deep catches a 15 cav regiment. Not the highest value, but in this case, actually has some value to catching it because it denied basically removing the operating cost off the 35T. And this was an interesting play from Pilsudski. Obviously, he has his back up against the wall right now after having dealing with that JU 88 fighter, because he put it down. He was like, "Move that Bologna regiment up. I dare you." And unfortunate, Xialang has 2 lines for a day in hand and an easy way to deal with that. Also packs another Mare Nostrum in his hand, which is going to be even tougher to deal with because that's probably going to go on that Jag Bomber who is now protected and can just start hitting face and healing for 6 every single turn. So the burn coming out of Pilsudski is not going to be able to keep up with that. And I have a hard time seeing how he's going to make it back into this game from this point. What do you think, Darkness? Do you think Pilsudski has a way to reclaim the advantage in this matchup?
Yes, there's a way, but he needs to find it immediately. It's Frighten Retreat or Arado, the second Arado into Frighten Retreat.
Yeah.
This is definitely necessary. He played the turn before the Sheeden to optimize the operation cost credits because he needs 6 credits to operate the Sheeden, and without the Panzer and with the operation cost of the other units, he needed to drop his units that turn before to be able to operate all of them and potentially killing the guard, dealing more damage. Well, Lion from a Day stopped that by killing Sheeden. And Xialang just dropping Schwalbe. I mean, he's killing the Arado. It's way too late to find the first Signal Regiment.
Yeah. I'm wondering, what are your options here if you are Pilsudski? And I'm even thinking, did Xialang have to trade there necessarily, or could he have started pushing damage to face? Because he has 6 HP on that guard, and there was only 5 attack damage from Pilsudski on board. Sure, Type 93 would have meant that he was able to possibly break through and deal some damage to the HQ, but because you're sitting on a Mare Nostrum and you have a 7-5 and a 5-4 on board, your ability to heal up is pretty much unmatched. So I'm wondering if he could have just ended the game potentially a little bit sooner with 5 extra damage on the HQ there, just because Pilsudski was really back up against the wall.
Yeah, I don't think it would have did a lot. As you can see, he's now at 7 HP, and this is not changing anything. Not finding Frightened Retreat here, is just finishing the game. Lang's control deck proven again to be very powerful, and with just enough race to stop the early waves of J aggro and healing back with Mare Nostrum. This was a great match for Lang. Now he has J aggro against J aggro's mirror matchup, and J aggro against the German value deck, what is a little bit slower and maybe get overrun by J aggro. So Pilsudski, first appearance, standing against wall, but again, he is an ladder player. He knows his decks and he knows J aggro for sure.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like give up on him in this series.
I feel like Jackro versus Jackro, anything can happen. I feel like there's probably a higher chance of Lang finding victory against the German deck from Pilsudski than Pilsudski finding victory with his Japan deck against the German deck from Lang. Just because of that Italy component that you mentioned. But now we're getting to see the mirror matchup, and this is where it all comes down to this. What a beautiful, beautiful board they're playing on there as well. You can see the safari hat there from Lang. It's looking really, really cool. Now, who finds the better opener? No one drop from Pilsudski.
Pilsudski was looking for it, but didn't find any one drops. That really hurt Pilsudski. Well, he's able to drop the Arado and getting a little bit of card draw, what is nice. But Lang is able to get the Panzerbefehlswagen and drop.
Ooh, Desperate Measures, nice.
Desperate Measures is nice, yeah. But
play
maybe
the second
Arado and dropping Akita Regiment is potentially better. Preparing some units to not only being able to... Okay, never mind. He just used the Akita Regiment to gain a little bit of board control. It's the safer way, I feel. You really don't want to play Desperate Measures turn 2 or turn 3. It hurts you a lot by destroying this one credit slot. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does. But I mean, now what he can do is he can drop the second Arado. He can attack with the Arado on board into the HQ and then play
second Raiding Brigade, killing Panzer 35T and attacking
and
into
trading.
the bicycle. Yeah. I prefer that.
So many options here for Pilsudski. He seemingly has everything that he wants and needs to deal with what's coming out of Lang right now. And I mean, he's still holding on to that Desperate Measures. He's still holding on to that Bombing Raid. He's still holding on to that Sendai. So a lot of options.
Arado, second Arado to give him card draw.
Yeah.
It's really nice. So by getting the Panzerbefehlswagen, the pin will protect the Type 97. I understand it.
Yeah.
And Pilsudski is now forced to trade into the Akita Regiment with Raiding Brigade. And the Akita will maybe kill the Arado as well. Will getting rid of the option to kill the Type. From Lang's perspective, definitely looking strong. Pilsudski now is accepting this trade because with 4 credits he's able to get the Mito Regiment into the front line and getting the Panzerbefehlswagen down.
Yeah.
What looks very, very nice for him. He even could get Arado down by losing his Arado to Akita Regiment and getting another card draw, Fight and Retreat. Maximum value here for Pilsudski. These are some very high quality moves we are seeing from his side.
Lang does good in terms of deploying the Sendai on the opposite side of the HQ to the Type 93. He ends up taking the front line, knowing that he's probably going to lose it anyway. But I felt like that was just a nice little touch from Lang there, showing that he is aware that he's playing up against a bombing raid and understands that, you know, there would have been too much value in playing it, you know, between the HQ and the Type 93.
That's right. Pilsudski, yeah, definitely killing it. Going into the front line. And I expect bombing raid as well, killing the Sendai. Maybe Sendai getting rid of the Sendai, is it's a fun little move as well. Because even as Xialang killing Pilsudski's Sendai, he's just getting a smokescreen infantry unit with no effect. So Sendai regiment is usually strong.
Oh, he just floats.
He just floats. Interesting. And Xialang playing Fright and Retreat, very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, Xialang is making Bubbles proud here. You know, just ripping the Feigned Retreat here, not trying to extract any more value from cards that he could play. Just going for it.
That's true. Pilsudski now is using his bombing rate and playing as much as possible. He has to use desperate measures and bombing rate soon because he also wants to use frightened retreat to not lose the battle of attrition.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Darkness able to use the right English words.
But I mean, a powerful turn as you would expect post Feigned Retreat there from Xialang, but he still hasn't really found a lot of damage to the HQ of Pilsudski, and again, he's holding that desperate measures. He has a way to trade out the front line. I'm thinking like I would like to see him just use that Arado to trade out the 15th Cav, take the front line again, Sendai something out, possibly drop a Whirlwind as well, and then he's really well set up for a desperate measures to clear whatever comes out on the board next turn from Xialang, and a Feigned Retreat within the same turn.
I really think he needs to play desperate measures to clear the board and friend retreat in the same turn.
Yeah.
But this could be the turn. Like he needs to get into this card draw mechanic from friend retreat as soon as possible. And I don't know about. I mean, it's a ton of damage for 5 damage and clearing the board. So this looks good.
Yeah.
Technically.
Okay. I mean, he still has the Sendai there to deal with the Key 83 if it comes out, but this is what I mean. This is where I would have wanted to have access to the Feigned Retreat.
Look at that. It's 6 damage. Okay, this was Xialang not finding the right answers to deal with the board of Pilsudski. I felt like it was getting closer, but Pilsudski able to win against Xialang here.
Yeah.
He came back. This was a strong comeback for someone who's like having his first appearance in a tournament.
Yeah, and I mean we need to continue to remember that, nerves play a big role at this stage, right? Like when you're in the competition at this point, your nerves play a big role. You can be nervous, you can make more misplays, you cannot think things through, you can be rash in your actions. These are all things that happen when you're all of a sudden put into the spotlight and you're playing in front of hundreds of viewers. And Pilsudski has shown that he's able to handle that pressure at least decently in the early stages here of the OCC.
Especially after losing against German Italy Control, what is definitely very heavy to solo. I'm talking from experience. Like, just not being able to do anything and getting crushed by German's fighter with Mare Nostrum feels really bad. The ability of Pilsudski to come back playing flawless after that, not making any mistakes, is extraordinary.
Yeah, now we get to see if his German deck is up to par, if it can hold back the relentless attack of the Jagro deck here from Xiaolang. It'll all come down to the starting hands, and there are two War Machines. And on the other side, oh my god, Xiaolang is going first, and he's got 15th Calf and Befelswagen in his hand from the get-go. He also has a Sendai to deal with the first big threat that comes out of Pilsudski, so a good starting hand here from Xiaolang.
A very good starting hand. I think Xiaolang is favored in this matchup in general. Getting first is an additional help for him, and Pilsudski being second, at least he does have one War Machine, but he's not running a lot of control mechanics, like not running root out, not running anything board clear. This is not looking great for Pilsudski. I mean,
No, and I mean, he has to use this turn to deploy another 30-second and trade, unless he wants to take 4 more damage and be already at 12 HP.
I think he needs to play the War Machine now to be able to get value. And using the fact that Xiaolang is not having a lot of cards, but maybe just playing it safe, trading out the cavalry regiment, preventing a potential Panzer 35T with 0 up cost and 6 potential damage is the smarter move here. He now got a Flam Panzer.
Okay.
Not a target
already
to
looking
use it.
better. No,
Yeah,
but it's already looking a lot better.
Xiaolang wasn't able to use 2 credits turn 3, what allows Pilsudski to trade out the board and using the War Machine to ramp his way up. Xiaolang only able to play the cavalry regiment. He has to float 3 credits or using Sendai regiment with no effect and no actually threat right now. So Pilsudski is able to, he knows Xiaolang is not having any good card right now.
Yeah.
So
think about all the cards that he could have drawn. There's Akitas, there's Mito regiments, there's bicycle
Panzer
regiments, there's
Panzer
35T. Like all of those cards, that total is like 20 cards that are not being found right now by Xiaolang. And another brick, effectively, he does not want to see that Enigma at this point in time.
No, definitely not. He's just playing desperate measures to threat Pilsudski as much as possible. With 8 credits, is this the second card, Panzer 3F?
Yes, I think so.
So he's able to play the Flam Panzer, kill the cavalry regiment, deploy the Panzer 3F, and kill the Sendai to protect his HQ.
Wow, and after that strong start, Xiaolang not finding the cards that he needed at all. I mean, at least now he has a decent turn to drop the Enigma on. He's going to draw a couple of cards, but do you really want to be filling your hand when you're only a turn away from Feigned Retreat? And I think Xiaolang says no, and rightfully so. He's going to be just saving it up, going to be playing the Feigned Retreat and rolling the dice that he's able to make that work.
Enigma for plus 3 cards is just not enough. Pilsudski's only way to kill the Shiden is playing the Alliance and buffing the Panzer 3F to 5 health. So he's able to kill the Shiden. Xiaolang with Sendai Regiment taking out Flam Panzer and Panzer 35T, killing the unit in the front. Looking promising, taking away the Blitz ability of all of Pilsudski's tanks and preparing for the Enigma play. Actually, really strong.
I yes, it is strong, and it was a good play within that turn. But I feel like at this point he needs to get the feigned retreat off, and he needs to be able to overpower the board just by pure volume. And that's going to be a
He-
difficult thing to do at this point.
Yeah, he definitely wants to play Fright and Retreat, but playing Enigma first gives him a lot of more options, actually. Well, Pilsudski's playing around it by deploying 3 units, so it's not really worse. I mean, playing Attica, Kita Regiment and Enigma would be a ton of card draw, but Fright and Retreat now is more worse. With Pilsudski leaving 7 or 8 cards in hand, Xialang would have played Enigma to have immediately a lot of options to choose from. Well, Pilsudski now is just using his units.
Wow.
This is a ton of damage.
Oh, and the Greif, the operating cost being reduced is coming in clutch. And I don't think the Dina is going to be enough necessarily to deal with this. He needs to find so much more, and he doesn't have the credits to do so within that turn. He can only take out 1, and that's the surrender. And Pilsudski comes back from a 1-0 deficit to claim victory in his inaugural series here on stream in the Officer Club Championship Top 8 competition. Congratulations to Pilsudski, and exceptionally well played by Xialang. I think both of these players are going to be here again in the future, but for now, Pilsudski advances to the semifinals.
Yeah, congratulations for Pilsudski. This was not expected. I think Xialang has technically the better matchup with J aggro, especially going first into this value kind of deck, but not being able to play efficient turn 3, turn 4, and turn 5 really slowed down him long enough to and allowing Pilsudski to ramp his way up, getting those big units onto the board, able to kill Shiden with no consequences, and sending a lot of big tanks into the front line, killing Xialang, who just ran out of steam. So yeah, congratulations for Pilsudski. This man has calm nerves, being able to play that well with his back against the wall. Congratulations, both player played really good, and at the end, Pilsudski made his way again into the semifinal, facing on 9-5 next.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a tall task for sure. Let's take a look at the bracket and see what the semifinals look like. J-King 7-2-0 against Jinlund. He's going to be facing off against Tiger, who went 2-0 against Birdo. In a series that I would say was just dominated by Tiger and kind of characterized by an unfortunate mirror matchup there for Birdo, and then just a bad matchup in the second match. 0-5, 2-0's Vinny. I took a look at the match history, and Vinny didn't play his Soviet France deck at all in that series. So we still have yet to see how that can perform in a tournament setting. And then finally, Xialang taking on Pilsudski. Pilsudski taking that series 2-1. So he advances and is going to be facing off against 0-5 in the semifinals. And that's a big step up in competition for sure. I mean, 0-5 brings the heat whenever. And Tiger versus J-King, also a battle of the veterans. So we say goodbye to 2 out of our 3 newcomers here in the quarterfinals round and move on into the semifinals. Now, as it's just you and me today, Darkness, we're going to take a quick break so that we can take a sip of water and potentially, just freshen ourselves up a little bit, get a little bit of rest in between these matchups, but then we'll bring you back to back the semifinal series before we'll take another short break before the finals and the third place matches. I want to stress it, especially this time around. We've normally gotten out of the habit of taking breaks during these broadcasts because we've been able to rotate casters so much. So please, everyone, don't go anywhere. If you will go anywhere, make sure you return in about 6 to 7 minutes when we will be back with the Officer Club Championship for the month of August. See you soon. Welcome back to the August Officer Club Championship. My name is Olikrummi Steinarsson, and I'm joined here by my great friend and great co-caster on this journey, Darkness. We just watched two fun series between Berto and Tiger, and then Zialang and Pilsudski. And Pilsudski and Tiger secured themselves a spot in the semifinals, along with J King 7 and Noen 5. And the next thing we have up for you is going to be J King 7 taking on Tiger. Now, that's going to be your teammate fighting there. Darkness, are you excited for this one?
Yes, I'm excited to see J King. Of course, he's a friend of mine and the current world champion, who's not excited to see some high quality gameplay here because he's taking on Tiger and stable veteran of the KARDS esports scene as well. Not that successful, but definitely one of the more successful player. So, shall we, Ollie? Let's have a look into the deck lists.
Let's do it.
These veterans are bringing to this tournament. First, J King is bringing Soviet Japan, not destruction, self-damage. Sorry for that.
Destruction.
I mean, it's close, but not exactly what it meant to be.
All right, J King is bringing this self-destruction deck. He's just gonna lose, put himself at a disadvantage. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, we saw a mirror matchup between self-damage in the first matchup. So it's all about damaging your own HQ and getting advantage with combo cards. The second deck J King is bringing, it's J Aggro. I think he usually brings more control deck. Like last month he brought 3 control. All of them had the super duper combo in it. Now he's going more aggressive with J Aggro. Well, to be fair, J Aggro is a very stable tournament deck. And when more people are preparing for the anti-aggro, for example bringing Ramp, you're able to counter the counter deck with another counter deck with aggro. It's a little bit confusing, especially if you're going very deep into the thinking and preparation. And the third deck J King is bringing, it's the credit deny deck. We didn't see this one in action yet. It's a powerful control deck targeting the credits of your opponent. We talked a lot about this in the pre-show. So if you want to hear a lot about this new deck, this new meta tournament deck, check out the pre-show. And
I'm gonna be so bold, Darkness. I'm gonna make a prediction that we won't see this deck in action pretty much all day. I think nobody wants to face this deck. I think everybody's gonna ban this deck, and I think it's just extremely strong, right? It can be strong into control, it can be strong into aggro, and I think most players are gonna do well to just straight up ban this one.
And it's an unknown factor. It's like very new. You know it's powerful, but you don't really know how to counter it. That's another factor of just banning it. Valid point.
Yeah.
So he is facing on Tiger, and Tiger is bringing an J Aggro deck. J Aggro is back apparently. Not very surprising, but it's back, and I already mentioned that I don't know if this was on stream. He's using the Type 96 AA gun and 1 Flampanzer. This is a difference to the usual and established J Aggro deck. The Type 96 AA gun is setting the HP of any airplane to 1 entering the battlefield. This helps a lot dealing with airplanes, for example the German U-88, we just saw how effective this can be, or Brit Air. And the Flampanzer is dealing with little airplanes, any 1 credit unit, potentially strong in the mirror matchup, for example killing the elite 1st Signa Regiment, or in any other nation, the Engineers Battalion, the Jesco, the 1 credit smokescreen hidden unit. It is a very nice target for Flampanzer if you're using J Aggro.
Yeah.
So the second deck of Tiger is the Brit Japan credit deny deck. Again, we talked about this in the pre-show. And the third one is Also an self-damaging deck. Well, this one is a little bit different because it's using Yura, Great Patriotic War. I think it's different from J Kings.
I think
So-
Yura is very interesting in there for sure.
Yeah, it's another way of like having a possibility of killing your opponent. Actually, J King is using Great Patriotic War as well, but not UR. So this is a small difference. But of course, if you're having like very big units, the Sunrise division, well, this one is not affected by URA, but the other 34th rifles or very buffed 456 rifles with 6 or even more damage. With Yura, you're able to buff them by 3, and additional damage is going into the opponent's HQ. If the opponent's HQ is already damaged or set down to 12 with Great Patriotic War, this is a way of finishing the game with attacking with infantry units just into the middle lane, into what's the
From the
front
support
line, front
right?
line.
Yeah,
from
into the
the
front line. Yeah, yeah.
from the support line into the front line. So this is a very interesting and powerful way in addition to this kind of match. And we are seeing the bans. Both credit denied
Britain
decks.
allowed.
No, but that's not surprising. The credit denial deck is super effective against J-aggro and against self-damage, so both players just banned it. What a surprise. And they are left with J-aggro and self-damage, so there are potential mirror matchups coming up, and we are just seeing the Soviets against the Soviets.
Yeah.
I do have a deja vu here, Ollie.
A little bit. I also saw that there was a lesser of two evils in Tiger's deck. Only one copy, but a little bit additional draw there to maybe get you out of a pinch. So J King, however, kind of relying on the scouting party and flexing the team ammo shirt there into the camera is J King. And he's starting off. Both players are starting off with multiple units in hand that. Oh well, J King's is only with one unit in hand that benefits from taking damage to himself. Tiger, on the other hand, is both getting value out of. Is getting value on 2 units potentially by taking self damage. So we would expect him to probably drop the 456th here on turn 2, and then starting to inflict damage on himself to both buff that unit and drop the deployment cost for 34th. No, he decides to drop. He decides to drop the cost of the 34th guards in hand by bloody sickling his own unit and getting some draw. That's a super interesting play and a super high level one, if I would say so. It's a very interesting choice. Not something that's obvious that most players would have gone for, but I can definitely see why this is super valuable.
Bloody Sickle on the 33rd Recon is very strong because you're gaining 2 more cards, and this will let the Recon survive to give you an additional card. And by using this, abusing the 34th rifle engine to reduce the deploy costs, this play was very effective, and I'm sure it was the best possible way. Both players really don't want to just drop the 456 rifles because of the potential Red Dawn. Both players are using multiple copies, and just dropping them without buffing them would lead into getting them killed. Although non-player actually have the Red Dawn, they have to play around.
And J King there drawing the 34th guards. Now action over to Tiger. He has some potential options for what he might want to do. He can do what you just talked about, right? He can drop a 456 and buff it by bloody sickling something. The question is, what would he bloody sickle? He doesn't want to get rid of his 33rd recon in the front line, without it
dealing some damage in return, but decides to put 1 damage on both and then clearing the board with the Winter Warfare. This is also going to drop his 34th guards down at 0 deployment cost, which is something that allows him to get a 6/6 on the board here on turn number 3. But look at that Naval Brigade sitting in hand, waiting there for J King, something to deal with some of those big units that might be coming out. And
Yeah,
he
but
has
it
the
takes
ability.
it
Sorry.
takes 3 more turns. J-King is turn 3. Naval Brigade is 6 credits.
Yeah, I was going to
Well,
say, but he also has the ability to get his own own 34th rifles out as well.
yeah, that's true. He could have played 456 rifles and Bloody Sickle to do something here, but just preparing the 34th rifle, being able to trade them into each other, looks a little bit more stable. Tiger thinking about deploying the Yak. The Yak is very, very strong in this matchup because it's drawing an additional card, and both like this kind of deck is lacking card draw and damaging the HQ, buffing potential other units. But he's not playing it so far. He's just setting down 1 guard unit, dropping the second 34th rifles, and sending the first into the front line, looks like.
You know what? I always think that these mirror matchups are super funny because we've just seen these players play 4 turns in the support line, and the HQs are at 16 HP and 14 HP respectively, and they're only about to go lower.
Yeah, that's true. But until that point, that Great Patriotic War is saving you by resetting it to 12, but it's not that much. Sorry.
So J King has a few different options here. You think he's just going to go for something as simple as playing the first rifles, guarding up, keeping his 34th alive a little bit longer, or is he going to go for a fancier play? Looks like he's going to go for a fancier play.
It's very hard. He's
goes
I
for the
don't know.
dry 456 rifles, possibly feeling confident after he saw 1 Red Dawn coming out of Tiger on last turn.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are not a lot of great options, and he has. It feels like more of a risky play to dry drop it, but he has to play it to get an advantage over Tiger, who's currently owning the board. And it was kind of successful. His 456 rifles survived. Tiger is himself putting at risk by playing the Yak and a second 456 rifles. But J King is not really able to punish this play. With Winter Warfare and Bloody Sickle, he's able to kill the Yak, and this is probably the most important part, but he's not able to deal with those 456 rifles. They're getting buffed by Winter Warfare.
Yeah.
As you can see here.
He just
So
takes
many
the buff. He just takes the buff. He probably thinking to himself, yeah, I mean, I'm buffing as much on the other side, so I'll play the Winter Warfare there, get rid of the Yak, not give him free card draw, plus free buffs for his units that are on board. But
look at the top deck. Red Dawn. Yeah. Tiger's able to drop the third 456 rifles, moving the 2 previous one into the front and killing the one of J King. This is looking really bad for J King here, although he has the double amount of HP.
Naval Brigade could come out. That's going to deal with at least one of those units. Other options as well.
First rifles. Yep. I do like this option. First rifles and Yak. Those are options Tiger has to deal with in order to get through and damage the HQ, and of course Yak because it adds card draw. Tiger having 2 options, but 2 very strong options. The SU buffing all of his his units. They're getting really big here. KB1 would have been another potential strong option.
I want to highlight though that J-King is really benefiting from the engineering battalion there, right?
Yeah.
He's healing every time he's losing a unit. He's now up to 22 HP. On the flip side, Tiger is down to 8, and his ability to inflict damage on himself is getting reduced a little bit over time. Now,
Here, double card draw. This looks nice because this adds another point of like Bloody Sickle Winter Warfare is able to kill 1 unit here.
Ooh, Sukov off the top. What is he gonna find? What unit is he gonna find? What's gonna get blitz from him? That's an interesting one. What do you want to find if you're J-King here?
Yeah, definitely this one. Another guard protecting him from those.
But it's not a guard yet, right? He has to play.
No, he has to play Winter Warfare. And Winter Warfare will make it to a guard, buffing it again, killing 2 units after trading with the Yak. Well, it's gone, but J-King was
Utilizing the blitz. Using the blitz.
Using the blitz, killing 3 out of 4 frontline units, and with the battalion healing a lot. So this was nice.
So
Bloody
what do you
Sickle.
do? What do you do if you're Tiger here? Do you drop the KV to start putting on some pressure on the HP of J-King's HQ, or do you just
I would
go for the
drop.
Winter Warfare, take the engineering battalion out, and deal 10 to face?
Is the Winter Warfare damaging the HQ first and buffing the 456 rifles then, and then damaging it?
Yeah.
So,
I think so.
By Tiger killing the battalion, he makes his guard vulnerable to Naval Brigade, and not doing that, just dropping the KV, looks like the better play. Tiger has ton of damage available. It's 5 from the rifles and 2 tanks, 8 in the background. J-King just trading 2 units, killing it, getting 4 more HP, looking relatively safe.
Yeah, I mean,
now.
J-King was just taking as much advantage as he could from having that engineering battalion still on the field.
Yeah, it's so much value. Can you hover about over his HQ to check how much it healed yet?
J-King's, yeah. 18. It's healed him up for 18.
18. This is a lot.
Yeah.
Well, the first Naval Brigade able to kill the SU, and he's dropping his own Sunrise Division. First
Scouting
rifles.
party. Scouting party is not what he wanted to see off the top of his deck right there. What he doesn't want against this KV is more card draw.
No, definitely. Well, make it 20.
Yeah.
The battalion healed for 20, what is super strong.
Oh,
and
he got the first rifles for the blitz. This is going to be game. I don't believe there's anything that J-King can do, especially not with that KV on field. He can't play scouting party into the winter offensive because that's just going to kill him. And he decides to go out on his own terms, it seems. Plays the scouting party into the winter warfare. He's going to draw 2, take 1 damage, and that's going to be game. Tiger takes game number 1 here against J-King and puts the series to 1-0. A hard-fought mirror matchup there, super high level. J-King making absolutely the maximum use of that engineering battalion that he could to keep himself alive, healing for for 20 HP, but in the end, just not enough. Didn't find the few cards remaining that he needed to get rid of Tiger in that matchup, and Tiger now has a favorable matchup with Jagro into Soviet self-damage or Jagro versus Jagro. So Tiger finding himself in a pretty good spot here in this semifinal.
I don't think Tiger has the advantage of his deck being much better and more dominant. I think all matchups are relatively even, but of course J-King has to win twice, and Tiger has 2 tries available to win against J-King now. What is really, really nice to have against the world champion. Well,
Yeah, and I mean,
J-King's
I
yeah.
was gonna say, I feel like the situation that J-King found himself in that match is the reason for why I think this self-damage deck warrants a single copy of Yura, right? Because he was at like 16 or 18 HP on his HQ. Tiger was at 6. And if he had found potentially a Yura so that he could deal damage from the support line, he might have been able to close out the game.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
potentially, a good adaptation to make and a good tech card to add in there is that just single copy of Yura. It could win some games more than it could lose some games potentially.
I think you're absolutely right. So maybe Tiger was a little bit more prepared for facing this tournament setup. J-King going first. This is very nice. Nice position to be in J-Aggro versus J-Aggro, because it gives you the opportunity to strike first and to capture the front line. As you can see, turn 2, there is a Panzerbefehlswagen. And Tiger now is limited in his options to deal with that.
Yeah.
Well, he can just plain drop an Akita regiment. Well, J-King maybe going to trade, maybe just going to do damage. This is an awkward situation every time I'm playing this myself, because you don't really want to play against Akita regiment. This Akita regiment can get buffed by the type, killing the Wirbelwind. This is why J-King left this tank in the back line. And Akita regiment often is trading 2 for 1 with a destruction effect. So J-King playing it very safe by sending more units into the field, so Tiger has to deal with them, while leaving the Wirbelwind in the background. There's a yes, I wanted to highlight that Wirbelwind has taken the damage and not getting killed by it. So this play was not very likely to be, because it was only a 50% chance of getting the HQ or the Wirbelwind getting to hit. But secured J-King the board dominance now following turns. Well, Tiger potentially having the bombing rate, but it's only able to kill 2 units. What is not that great, to be honest. J-King on the other side is not finding a lot of options, like running out of steam, similar to Xialang in his last match against.
Well, I mean, unfortunately for Xialang, I feel like he never got any steam to begin with, right? I mean, he started with a little bit of steam on turn 1, but then he just drew brick after brick after brick, and he did what he could with it. But I mean, this is one of the dangers of Jagro. Yes, there are 30 cards in the deck or something that you want to draw pretty much throughout the entirety of the game, but there are those 10 cards that are more situational, and if you start pulling them up left, right, and center, things can get difficult. And now the first Signal Regiment coming out along with the Bicycle Regiment, he's really hedging his bets there that he's going to be able to deal damage for multiple casualties. But the Akita proc hit the Signal Regiment, which means that it's going to be vulnerable to the desperate measures. So J-King possibly able to wipe that off the field relatively quickly.
Absolutely right. I think he has to play the Arado, getting the card war. It's bombing rate, not frighten retreat. J-King is not happy about that one.
No, but I mean, even then, bombing rate is not a terrible card for him to draw at that moment, given the state of the board.
That's true.
And I mean,
Well,
of course, the information that we have that he doesn't, which is the hand of Tiger, right? Tiger doesn't have anything to follow up on. He doesn't. He's got 2 Type 93s and a Rado, and then a 22nd infantry. None of that's going to help him regain control of this board and win the game in
well,
the short term.
Akita
There we go.
Regiment
Yeah.
is able to. And Tiger is also having an Errado, drawing Desperate Measures or Frightened Retreat. It's a Frightened Retreat one. Long term, this is much better. Short term, he's having Bombing Raid and Akita Regiment. So what are the options here? He could deploy 2 Type 97s to kill the Dina with his own Dina. Maybe just using the Akita Regiment, trading. Maybe just sending the Akita Regiment in the front line after attacking with Dina. Oh, it hit HQ. This is not that helpful.
That's
Tiger.
probably what J-King wanted.
Yeah, definitely. And Tiger is trading out the Arado. It's not a great placement. J-King can now bombing raid into the middle. A maximum damage into the HQ would have been smarter to roam the side to reduce the damage to the HQ by 1. While bombing raid is still destroying 2 units. Tiger, J-King's placement is a little bit better. He can't destroy both units. The 3 HP unit is on the outside of those 3 things, like enemies, included the HP. So it's not ideal bombing raid target.
No, but I mean, so if you're Tiger, do you ever just rip the Feigned Retreat here?
I would not. Bicycle Regiment, 22nd Infantry, pinning the Diner. This looks good enough.
Yeah,
Maybe even killing the Diner. I mean,
yeah, I feel like that those were his choices, right? I mean, either he just rips the Feigned Retreat, or he has to go for a more slower paced play, right?
Second Akita Regiment for Diner. J-King not having card draw, but he's having options.
Yeah, he's got another Type 93 that's coming out. That's going to be 2 more damage to the HQ. And now the HQ of Tiger is only 1 Mito Regiment proc away from dying, right? So that we're an Akita proc. So there are now multiple ways that J-King can end this game through destruction effects of his units. And that's never a good position to be in, especially when you don't have effective ways to really take down 11 HP off the HQ of J-King.
Tiger is not using the Frightened Retreat. He's, of course, pinning the Diner, but by not using Frightened Retreat, he was able to deploy both tanks, and this is playing around Akita Regiment, because there are now so many targets for the proc of Akita. It's a 25% chance of killing Tiger with Akita Regiment.
That Type 93 was deployed last turn, though, so he could push that up and hit face with it and activate the Befelswagen.
Yes, but it's not enough damage, to be fair. It's hitting! The HQ, 25% chance. J-King is destroying Tiger's HQ. And yeah, catching up. It's 1-for-1 now. J-King won with J-Aggro. Tiger won with Soviet self-damage. And now we are going to see game number 3. What is a really fun matchup, because I think it's relatively even, just on paper. Tiger could benefit from something like damaging his HQ, Mito Regiment, First Signal Regiment, because it's buffing his units. But on the other side, J-King is having a lot of burn, and Tiger is damaging himself, reducing the HP. So this will be an fast and brutal matchup just because of the nature of those archetypes.
This is one of my favorite matchups that we have in the meta right now, because I feel like it always comes down to, some sort of a nail biter uh, combination of like, is he gonna destroy his HQ first? Can he find the great patriotic war? Is the pressure and the burn gonna be enough? It's and we've seen, last OCC, we saw some games come down to a single HP on the HQ in exactly this matchup. So I'm extremely excited for this one.
And there are tons of instances providing 1 damage to an HQ. Like Bloody Sickle, Winter Warfare, Akita Regiment, Mighty Regiment. I mean, Jack King is finding openings, but Tiger is having answers. There is a potential Bloody Sickle killing the Akita Regiment.
Wait, that's gonna put the 34th. No, it's only if you deal damage to your own HQ, right? Yeah.
Only if you deal damage.
Yeah.
So Jack King having multiple options here. He's playing the T80. I do like that. He's not in a rush right now. Well, Tiger's able to benefit from the infantry regiment and playing the Panzer 35T, dealing damage.
This next turn for J King is definitely going to be T80, trading out the Panzer 35T, Bloody Sickle, the Akita, and then play the 34th Rifles, right?
I don't know. Maybe he's using Winter Warfare. Yeah. And if the Akita regiment is killing the T80.
I'll bring the Bloody Sickle though.
To damage the Panzer 35T and now finishing everything with Winter Warfare. On top
the
of
Akita
that,
proc go? Hits the T80. If that T80 would not have been hit, that would have been a dominant position there for J King. Because he would have been able to take the front line and deal damage within that turn as well. But already, look at it. He's at 13 HP. Scary.
And Tiger found the second type 9040K, so he does have 2 surprise attacks to deal with any unit, because the effect is pin, or if it's already pinned, destroy a unit.
J King recognizes that. You can see the reaction.
Not looking.
The 5-year plan.
I don't think J King wants to use it at all.
No.
Just playing the first rifles here, protecting his HQ. It's an outstanding card because 3-5 stats is relatively fair for 4 credits, but its destruction effect it gives you the second rifles what is 3-4 and guarding the HQ. It's a very high value card from the Soviets here, and Tiger is not happy to see them. Immediately hovered over the Sending Regiment, thinking about getting rid of that. But it's currently not threatening or doing a ton, so maybe developing a little bit more value with the artillery could be beneficial. And of course, this artillery will force out some removal from J King. Playing around those Red Dawns removal is an important part facing the self-damage deck.
Yeah, J King's, if he's going to use the Red Dawn here, he's going to use from the people. Exactly. And that's the flexibility of Red Dawn. When you have the credits to spare in a situation like this, you can just spend the extra 3 credits to not take damage in return. So Sendai coming out now, taking the first rifles off the board. It's going to leave a clear path for the Type 94 to get to the HQ, but Type 94 not really long for this world, I believe, for too much longer. Now, what do you do here if you're Tiger? Do you just drop the Panzer 35T and just barrel it straight to face?
I would do that.
Yeah.
Other option would be Bicycle Regiment and attacking with Diner. Acceptable too, but I think the Zero Operation tank is a little bit more stable and not dying to Winter Warfare.
Yeah.
So, J King. He could play Red Dawn to kill the Sender Regiment. I think this is necessary. I don't know if he's taking the 3 damage or not.
I mean, at least he's getting some benefit in return from it with the 34th guards in hand, but at 10 HP and not holding the Great Patriotic War, I kind of agree with just going the from the people route.
Yeah, it's safer. Tiger finding the third TK 94 type 94 TK, but there's no other pin mechanic for him, so this card is not able to destroy anything. The surprise attack from the little tank.
A
And
lot of protection coming from the first rifles.
yeah, it's 9 HP from the first rifles. This card is an auto include for Soviet control decks because the value against aggro is super strong. And Tiger doesn't have a lot of options. Main options
like-
are sending a ton of units into the front line and taking it.
I feel like J King is now in a situation where he either wants to find an engineering battalion ASAP, or he wants to find his Great Patriotic War, just so that he feels a little bit more comfortable.
He wants to find a guard, definitely. Or a guard-like units of 456 rifles who are getting buffed by damaging his own HQ. This is more important. Winter warfare. It's not great. On top of that, he does has those SUs. Oh, Akita
HP.
hitting his HQ down to 6. He does not like that. Dropping SU would put him down to 3. Bombing rate would just kill him. I think he has to play the 34 guards.
Thinking about playing both, I believe.
Just playing both.
He rolls the dice and no bombing raid, so
Well,
he's not going to be brought. Sorry,
I was mistaken. The SU is only dealing 2 damage, so he's at 4. It's
Yeah.
still not great. It's not a lot. 5-year plan will kill him. But of course, Tiger's not having great answers. Wind, Bicycle Regiment, Type 90.
I just realized, Darkness, you were correct when you said that this was a self-destruct deck for J King, because he did indeed self-destruct in the first match of this series.
Oh yeah, true. That's right. Well, Tiger able to kill the first rifles, but the second rifles appear. He's able to trade Wind against the SU and pinning the 34th.
Oh,
right. Great Patriotic War.
Well, that is a lifeline there for J King. It has the potential of healing him up a little bit. He can drop the SU. No, he can't. He only has 8 credits. He can't drop the SU and do the Great Patriotic War within the same turn. So that would be danger, Will Robinson. But I mean, next turn he could, but there's always the chance of. I mean, what? Wait. What could Tiger possibly do to deal that amount of damage to him
Sendai
within a single
Regiment.
turn?
Sendai Regiment and the bicycles are dealing damage.
Yeah, I'm always assuming that he deals with the bicycle regiment in some way.
Yeah.
But
so I don't
from
think
hand,
I don't think anything.
Yeah.
Like he could. Yeah, he couldn't draw something to deal 4 damage because Shiden can't attack through the guards. And now J King has 9 credits to play the SU and the Great Patriotic War.
This game is becoming like seriously close. because of the empty hand for Tiger, he needs to draw into his feigned retreat. He needs to draw into an errato, or some other form of getting back into playing multiple units a turn before J King is able to take full advantage and close this game out. Because there's a lot of power on board for J King, even though we see him in a very defensive positions, and he's gonna wait for the Patriotic War SU combo to be played out.
Yeah,
He's
like
gonna wait.
there's nothing Tiger can do with a single card and Jacking having 4 HP.
Yeah.
So now the SU comes in play, probably. I would expect
Oh
the
my-
SU.
This is so close. Tiger, so
I mean-
unfortunate. How many cards are left in Tiger's deck? Do we know that?
Okay, other Red Dawn and dealing 3 damage, resetting to 12,
23.
and buffing.
Answer 35T, that's not going to be enough. J King has made it. He's got the comeback. He's done it. Relentless pressure from Tiger, but J King doesn't buckle.
That was a close one. Ooh. Wow. Yeah, that was... J-King was with his back against the wall for a long time, but Tiger running out of steam, it's a common issue with J-Aggro actually. If you're not finding the Arado, if you're not finding the fight and retreat to give you endless redraw, endless sustain in the amount of cards, and you're just running out and drawing cavalry regiment after cavalry regiment after Panzer 35T, it's not enough. So, well,
I mean, it was close.
It was
so
super close. It was very, very close. No player really had the upper hand. Both player, like just by the archetypes, by the decks, both player played very well. And yeah, J-King just took this very close series to his favor. Comeback after losing the first mirror matchup. So
Wow.
Congratulations to J-King. Going to the final, Tiger will play another one in the bronze match.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Tiger played everything that he could from the cards that he had there, but J King was able to recognize the limit of the amount of damage that he could inflict on himself, and in the absence of the signal regiment, in the absence of the bombing raid, and in the absence of feigned retreat, Tiger was not able to deliver enough damage to finish the game. That was a game that was balancing on a knife's edge, from my perspective, at least for 5 or 6 turns. And I can only imagine, the emotions that have to be running through these players as they're in that. And J King, after a little bit of a kind of, for him, I'm sure, disappointing run in the OCC in the past few months, he's back in the finals now. He can finally get back to winning tournaments and claiming his stake there as the top player in cards, and he must feel great to be able to do that.
Well, we must have felt great now, but I saw his emotions during the last turns, and he was very stressed. He was like in a very tough spot. But after losing against, I think, 3 times in a row and not being successful in this entire year in the OCCs, I think he only got a 3rd place once, and he was playing in every single tournament so far. It's nice to see him in the finals again. And let's find out who is he facing. Will it be 9-5? And very stable, very strong Chinese player, the Tournamator of the ladder? Or will it be Pilsudski, the underdog, the new player from Poland with less than 3,000 matches?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a crazy matchup. And we see the bracket there, J King versus Tiger, the second 2-1 series of today. J King advances into the finals. 9-5 versus Pilsudski is going to be coming up next. We're not going to be taking any break before we go on into that one. But what a fantastic series that was. That was a nail biter, and I believe this is exactly the type of series that we want to see in the OCC. It was a hard fought mirror matchup. I feel like it could have gone either way in multiple kind of points in time during that match. Just depends on who gets the right cards at the right time and who's able to set themselves up with the lowest amount of losing potential at any given time. And eventually J King, like Tiger took that one, then J King 2-0'd him right back. And in what is one of my favorite matchups right now, that Jagro versus Russian self-damage mirror matchup, or Soviet self-damage mirror matchup, it played out
Definitely
in his favor.
Definitely. It's a very, very fun matchup. Cheers to that. Let me drink a little bit before we are going into the deck lists again.
Sure thing. Well, we're going to turn our focus over into the next semifinal matchup. That's going to be No 5 versus Pilsudski. And we're going to be starting off. I'll take the first couple of decks, just because this first deck that we have up here from Pilsudski, we've seen it a few times today. This is the Jagro deck. And as we've mentioned a couple times before, this Jagro deck is the cheapest, most effective deck that you can build in cards, and has been for quite some time. You say the Jagro's making a comeback. I say don't call it a comeback. It's been here for years. And whoever in chat can tell me from which artist that quote was, kudos on you, high five. But this is very simple. You have a lot of cheap units. You're getting them out there. You're pushing them up into the front line. You have some burn, and you have a whole lot of damage. Next up, we have the German USA deck here from Pilsudski, and we did see that in his first series. The Greif was really paying dividends in that one, right? It enabled him to deal a ton of damage within a single turn, because he does have quite a bit of tanks in there. But in general, the concept here, what are we looking at, Darkness?
The concept is an value deck. This deck had its appearance 1 or 2 months ago from No 5. No one else brought it until now to a tournament. And it's a mix between a little bit of ramp, a little bit of the ingredients of Fast Heinz or Blitzkrieg decks, and some really powerful late game cards like Leopold or the U88. So basically it's just picking the 2 most flexible nations and picking the most valuable flexible cards into one deck, making it good, and being successful with it. No 5 brought this up, and he's very, very successful on ladder, and I believe he played a lot of this one on ladder too. So it's very interesting seeing an underdog, an upcoming KARDS esportler, choosing these decks and facing No 5. Like, Pilsudski is bringing No 5 decks from last month, and very similar to the current ones of No 5, and they're playing against each other in the semifinal. It's very, very impressive from Pilsudski making it that far, and I'd really like to see the student overcoming his master, No 5, beating him with his own weapons. But in terms of experience, this is not very likely to happen, because it's No 5 he's facing on.
That's true.
Yeah, the third deck of Pilsudski is the air deck. We talked about this quite some time too. The Fiat is giving more speed, more damage. The Maelstrom a little bit more stability to this deck. And let's compare Pilsudski's deck to No 5 decks. As you can see, No 5 is bringing J-Aggro. It's Japan, Germany. We saw this one so far. It's basically the same. Pilsudski is running. Maybe one card is different, because I believe Pilsudski is running an Shinto tank, the 3/3 Blitz tank. The second one of No 5 is the German USA value deck as well. He's running the Greif, he's running in Hour of Needs, he's running the War Machines, Leopold, Comet, it's all there. I think there are a very few cards different, like it's the amount of cards, but it's basically 9-5 decks Pilsudski is playing, and 9-5 is also running a Brit Air. Well, this time it's a minor difference by the ally unit. 9-5 is playing Brit Air with Japan. No, wait a second. It's not Brit Air. I was
Oh,
wrong.
this is credit denial.
It's credit denial. So this is the difference between both lineups. 9-5 is bringing the new meta deck, the Brit Japan credit denial deck, with a lot of control. And this deck, we talked about this in the pre-show. Check out the pre-show if you want to get a little bit more of this. Because I do expect this one getting banned.
Nope. I
Nope.
just saw the Bans Darkness. Pilsudski, he ain't afraid. He's like, come on, Britain, bring it on. I can take it. And we'll see if that's going to be a mistake or not. I mean, we've seen all the veterans all day banning Brit. It's not been
Yeah.
allowed into any single match. But Pilsudski here in the semifinals, as the newcomer, says, you know what? Bring it on. I'm happy to face against this deck. And is it going to be a mistake? Well, the two decks that he has to deal with it are Jagro, which, I mean, even though you have a lot of cheap units, you want credits to be able to get them out over time. You know, you don't want to be limited to just dropping a Type 94 a turn. But the German deck, that can also suffer extremely hard against that Brit deck. And seeing as though he has basically a Germany mirror matchup and then Jagro into that Brit, I think Pilsudski might have made a tactical mistake here, not just sticking with a trend and banning Britain.
We will see. J Aggro is one of the better aggressive decks facing credit denial, actually. If you're not able to get this combo on and destroy early on a ton of credits, J Aggro is able to deal a ton of damage, and even with the super duper combo, J Aggro has like the easiest tools to come back and refloat the board with a ton of cheap units and refill with Frightened Retreat.
That's true. But
So,
I mean, you need 6 credits to get out Feigned Retreat. And if
you
you're
need
at
6 credits. Yeah.
and your opponent is at 12 and they're dropping, value after value, you don't have a ton of stall tactics in Jagro either, right? You're not
Yeah,
going to be able
that's
to
true.
heal up, keep yourself alive. So,
Yeah. And well, the value deck should be able to take on any deck. It's running ramp as well, so 9-5 is stealing credit slots. He's playing War Machine, and that's it. So it could be even out, but I do believe the credit denial deck is meta for some reason, and
Yeah.
not banning it is a mistake. Well, we will find out.
You know what?
We will find out.
Pilsudski is going to win. He's going to win. He's going to earn so much street cred if he ends up just blasting through 0-5 here 2-0, just going like, yeah, I'll let the Brits through and I'm going to beat him. Right? If he does that,
Yeah.
this guy is being catapulted into the stratosphere of top cards players. Like you talked about, he's 3,000 or something games, maintaining a 70% win rate. Obviously, he knows something. He knows how to play this game. He's here for a reason. But buckling all the expert opinions, and I mean, I came out earlier and I said we're not going to see Brit this tournament. It's not going to happen. But you know what? We're going to see Brit this tournament.
Well, I'm very grateful, not for him not banning it, because we are going to see it and enjoy this new kind of deck and seeing what it's worth. So that is very cool. Thanks to that, Pilsudski. Also, I think it's a tactical mistake, but I mean, it's a new deck, you never know. And maybe he is having the answers.
Well, I mean, for his sake, I do hope so. As we are waiting for the players to get on into the match, we will swap over as soon as they are ready. But prediction-wise, I mean, I'm expecting no one to just bring Brit straight out the gate.
Yeah, 9-5 is a very straightforward player, not only with like playing in-game, playing with one deck, also during tournaments. He's just, he knows his weapons and he's throwing it at you as soon as he can. Let's go.
Yep. There we go.
That is And he's starting with Observer Corps and Daylight Bombing. This is one of the combinations you really looking for.
Yeah.
Pilsudski is starting with 2 Panzerbefehlswagen
That's
and going
huge.
first. That
That's
is
huge.
as well.
That is
Because
actually huge.
9-5, of course, using the Observer Corps to reduce daylight bombing. Pilsudski sending his little tank into the front line, attacking. I would expect that.
Okay, wait. So Pilsudski is going to have 3 units of the front line. He's going to deploy the other Type 94, right?
Yeah.
Daylight bombing is going to take out one of the 2 damaged ones. But apart from that, there's nothing in No 5's hand to deal with the board. Another Observer Corps. These tanks are going to be pew-pew-pewing the HQ for a while here.
Not necessary. 9-5 is able to take out 1, destroying 1 credit slot, resetting Pilsudski to 1 credit, but it's not a lot. And next turn, he's able to play 2 times Observer Corps, reducing the Lend-Lease to 2, being able to draw 6 cards after, potentially shelling or Monty to be able to come back. So it's tough. Pilsudski.
I mean, this is still pretty much the best possible scenario that Pilsudski could have asked for on his end, right? Of course, he could have asked for worse cards in Noen's hand, but for his end, having those 2 Panzerbefehlswagen, having 2 of the Type 94s, I mean, it's good. What is he thinking about with a pin?
Killing the Pioneers, because they're reducing the credits, and the super duper combo is taking 4 credits, but 2 with the Pioneers on the field. So he's reducing the amount of credits 9-5 can use. Card draw, Honey is good, so, but
you drop an Akita here and push it into the front line and just keep attacking with the Type 94s? Or do you
I would attack this Panzerbefehlswagen.
Yeah.
And just drop the Akita regiment.
Agreed.
Pilsudski needs to deal as much damage as possible.
And now, No 5 has a decision. Do you drop the Honey and try and force out, some sort of trade, or do you take another convoy here?
I would drop the Honey and use Observer Corps to reduce 1 Lend-Lease down to 3.
Yeah. I tend to agree with you there. Just because the Honey is able to absorb 2 of those frontline units.
And if Pilsudski is attacking, the Honey is healing 4. Like everything Pilsudski is able to throw at him this turn. Worst scenario would be a Type 97 to
93.
Type 93 to buff the Panzerbefehlswagen and trade 1 for 1. So 9-5 is reducing the Lend-Lease. Still thinking about the Honey. He could hold the Honey to guarantee 4 healing next turn. What is not a bad move.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting another 4 damage this turn, and Akita going into the front line, and the second Akita regiment being deployed.
Oh my god, when No 5 finds that shelling, it's going to be massive. It's going to be taking out likely 4 units at the minimum.
Yeah. Even supply shortage.
Yeah.
Taking out 3, 4 if the next Akita regiment. No, he's holding it.
Held it. That's interesting.
Well, the next turn he has enough to send it into the front line.
Commonwealth and Southern Plan picked up.
This is important stuff, Ollie. Because 9-5 found a second Honey and the redeployment. And you're playing Honey and redeployment, sending all cards back and drawing all cards +1. So this is additional 8 healing for him. What is super strong.
Yeah.
Now the Akita regiment comes going into the front line. And 9-5 now will play the Honey and the redeployment.
Oh, that's a amazing combo there, right there.
It's a super strong combination. Not only he's finding like more stuff, like the combo, he's having 2 supply shortages to deal with, but he also healed for 8.
Okay, Raiding
And
Brigade.
Raiding Brigade here is necessary, I feel. Pilsudski does not really want to trade his units. So I'm expecting Raiding Brigade into the front line and 5 damage coming through. But of course, 995 is having the Blackwatch, and this guard is very powerful against Japan aggro. Because most of the units are not surviving this 1 damage from Blackwatch.
Yeah.
So this is a tough decision. Like trading with Akita Regiment and the type, or using the Raiding Brigade. Playing very careful,
Okay.
making sure maximum amount of damage, and holding the Raiding Brigade for the Blackwatch.
For Blackwatch, yeah. That's a good, I would say, high awareness play there for Pilsudski. Recognizing that there is a Blackwatch likely to follow in the coming turns.
Very, very smart move here. Proving Pilsudski to be a strong player. Note, the redeployment has intel too, and 995 knows about the Shiden in the hand of Pilsudski. So this could definitely affect some moves here. 995 playing supply shortage and the Blackwatch, very safe. But Pilsudski hold the second Raiding Brigade. So,
yeah. Second Raiding Brigade plus Panzer 35T allows him to attack with everything in the front line and removes the guard.
Yeah. That's very strong.
That's 6 damage.
He's not able to send the Raiding Brigade into the front then, but it's 6 damage.
6 damage. I mean, if Noah 5 had not healed for 8, that would have been lethal.
Yeah. Well, he's not using the tank. Because there are a ton of possibilities for 9.5 to kill the entire board.
Yeah.
So supply shortage critical hit combination. This Blackwatch is looking very strong. It's an amazing option.
Yeah, especially considering that the Befelswagen is going to die at the start of the next turn.
The Befelswagen is going to die.
Pilsudski can still get rid of it, but it takes up pretty much his entire turn to do so.
Yeah. 9.5 can also play the second supply shortage. So the meter regiment as well is going to die. And yeah, he's doing it. Not letting the meter regiment survive.
And the Raiding Brigade is going to die then the following turn as well.
Yeah, so...
Or even in the trade, yeah.
Pilsudski has to trade. Wait, Pilsudski can trade and use the Arado to gain an additional card draw.
Yeah, and he'll still have credits to drop the 15th Cav, push it up, and drop the Panzer 35T to deal damage. So that's definitely a high awareness play as well, if we see it come out here from Pilsudski.
I'm expecting it to come out. Pilsudski needs more options.
I think there's a lot of people watching this game right now that really want to see Britain lose in this situation. Not the most popular deck.
To be fair, Jack was not that popular among certain amount of players. A lot of people are hating it. Bombing rate. Not being able to kill the Blackwatch this turn. But it's definitely threatening.
It's getting closer, Darkness. I mean,
getting
with the
closer.
addition of the bombing raid plus the Sheeden in hand, and now the credits having gone up to 8, there is very much the potential that Pilsudski could surprise and sneak some damage through here.
That's true. Well, 9-5 knows about the Sheen, but there are not a ton of options for 9-5.
He could drop the Churchill potentially, but he just opts to go for the Lend-Lease, and that might be it.
He's not finding supply shortage nor Monty. He was looking for that. But
he can't trade both units. And just one of them attacking plus the Errado plus bombing raid is enough. And 0-5 loses game number 1 against Pilsudski. The Brit deck has fallen. Pilsudski, the newcomer, cool, calm, and collected, claims win in game number 1 in his semifinal series. That's massive.
That's amazing. But don't underestimate 9-5. He's a very strong player. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's still able to take on Pilsudski.
Sure. I mean, absolutely. And 0-5 still has the Brit deck to play, right? He doesn't lose it until he wins with it. But that was extremely well played by Pilsudski.
Extremely well played. That's true.
And I mean, 0-5 did everything that his hand allowed him to do, but it was still not enough.
No, that's not. Even though he was able to get the turn 2 daylight bombing and the honey heal with redeployment, he just didn't have the right options to take down Pilsudski here. Very strong by Pilsudski.
That was a great match. I enjoyed that one thoroughly. From all the different mechanics that were at play, through all the combos, and all the decision making. That was interesting. I mean, I think the only question that I have at the end of that match is, was there a better option for 0-5 than just popping the Lend-Lease there and hoping, right? Could he have played the Churchill, to delay things? Was there anything that he could have done? I'm not sure. I mean, I think he could have traded the 35T with the Blackwatch, played the Churchill, and that would have been enough, because that would have put him in 2-turn lethal with the Sheeden, right? Oh, that was so tough.
Yeah. And now Pilsudski is holding 2 War Machines against 9-5. And an Hour of Needs. So he has the options to ramp and to withstand the credit deny.
Yeah, and there's no credit deny in the hand for 0-5 as of yet. So Pilsudski's gonna get one of those War Machines off at least.
Honey is collecting some HP, but 2 Observer Corps are not doing a lot for 9-5.
And 0-5 has to basically pass now. I mean, yes, he could throw the Honey upfield, hit 2 damage to face.
9-5 can Ultra, and Ultra looks very strong against the Hour of Need.
Yeah, but in open deck lists, and we've seen Pilsudski read countermeasures already so far this tournament, is he gonna notice? Just play a Heinkel or play 30 seconds or 4?
He don't want to play Heinkel. Honey would kill it.
That's true.
So, and it's unlikely. 9-5 did not had a lot of cards from the begin with. Ultra is nothing you really want to hold, so the chance of having Ultra is very low. Pilsudski now has to make the decision between playing an Hour of Need or just deploying something to the board. What is a tough decision? So, yeah, he's thinking a lot.
He pops the War Machine.
He's testing it, and he got the Ultra.
Huh.
Smart move.
Yeah.
So 9-5 now.
Racking in the HP.
He's getting more card draw, daylight bombing, and supply shortage. What is really nice here. But Pilsudski now is able to get more ramp in hour of need. I think this is way more promising than anything else he's able to do. Yeah, just sending one into the front, not playing the third one, but threatening a little bit and getting those ramp cuts. He's now having 2 more credits than 9-5.
And at this point, Pilsudski has negated a lot of the potential credit denial, right? Daylight bombing, it's not going to hurt as much. He's still going to be ahead, even though he went second this game.
Yeah. Supply shortage on 2 feels not good. 9-5 is playing the maximum possible here by trying to hold him down. But it doesn't look really great.
Can you play the Passer 3L here and
Just killing the honey, maybe sending back the honey and more of those chocolate bars infantries. I think Panzer 3L in the front line is very nice to have. Looking at the alliance in the hand.
He can play how many? He's played 2 30-second infantry. He can play 2 more pop the alliance next turn if he wants to. Play 1 more pop the alliance and hit face.
The alliance is not affecting US units.
Oh, that's true. Oh yeah, that's true.
So I'm expecting him more to play more German tanks or units.
Yeah.
And the alliance
Before
potentially after.
Yeah. In coming turns, right? So if you're 9-5, what are you looking to do here? I mean, Churchill coming out pushes everything back. Now that's probably going to be sent back to hand, no? With the Jack Bomber?
I would expect the Jack Bomber and the tank getting back into the front line. The turn after, he can use the alliance onto the Jack Bomber. But it's not enough to trade the Churchill again. Difficult decision here. Actually, a lot of possibilities and very, very tough decision to make. Looking like he's opting.
Yeah, he's making that play. It also puts 2 additional attack there on the Panzer 3L, but it does put him into draw range for Monty. So 9-5 picking up some control there. Southern plan as well.
Probably looking for the combo. He does have critical hit, and he wants.
I mean, if he would not have picked up the research there, I think definitely a case could have been made to just pop the critical hit there.
I mean, critical hit by itself is not doing anything. He really wants to use that with supply shortage to pin and hold.
Yeah, I was more thinking just to try and be credit efficient, right? Knowing that supply shortage would follow up in the coming turns if he finds it.
Ooh, rally.
Oh.
I'm expecting Pilsudski to go for rally here.
Yeah, because you definitely don't want to put that on the bottom of your deck, knowing that this has the potential of coming out in the next few turns. The super duper combo, as it is so affectionately called.
he can pick the rally now, and I mean the alliance. He could pop the alliance, but no, he's just playing rally now. But he's not able to attack with 2 units.
Might have been a little bit premature, but I mean, it's not like he had a ton of good options outside of rally, but you could have potentially played a Panzer 38T, just replaced the card, got some more on the board. But look at his board is ripe for an alliance right now. No in 5 is praying that he finds a supply shortage. Not found yet. Still not found.
Sexton. Definitely alliance. Alliance killing Sexton with a Panzer 3H and attacking with a Panzer 3L for 7 into the HQ.
Yep.
I don't see any other good option here.
This is the point where, for the average player, the temptation to get greedy on that alliance becomes strong, right? You have so many German cards in hand, you could potentially be playing them out, play things a little bit slower, but think, I can have an absolutely massive board and dominate this. But then you run into a supply shortage critical hit combo and it comes back to bite you in the butt.
Yeah.
9 damage.
9 damage killing Sexton. Very effective. And no and 5 really have to play the combo now. Technically he can. Playing the Pioneer, reducing the cost of land lease, playing land lease, finding supply shortage, and then playing critical hit and supply shortage. It's like the only way for him to play right now.
Does he find it? 1, 2. Yep, there it is. There's the first one, and there's no rally in hand or in deck even for Pilsudski to deal with it. So these units are slowly but surely going to get taken off the board, and Pilsudski has to start anew.
Yeah,
I mean, there was an overwhelming chance that he would find one, given how deep he is in his deck and the number of copies that he has of them in the deck. But still, doesn't feel good if you're 0-5 to be put in a position where you have to take that gamble.
I think rally wasn't that great use so far, but he does have the FW 190A and the Flampanzer to react to this play.
Yeah.
And he could even send back the Jagdbomber to his own hand if he wants to keep it.
Not a lot of orders either in hand, so the effect of Blackwatch is not going to be devastating.
Churchill is amazing here, sending back the tanks to the support line, effectively blocking the support line. So Pilsudski has to...
It has to push the FW 190 forward, right?
Yeah, but he really would love to kill that honey.
Yeah.
Or attack into HQ. So I would expect him to kill the honey, use this 1 credit order, dive bombing to finish off his Panzer 3H, and maybe even using Panzer the 6 credit tank to send back the Jagdbomber.
That would have been an insane play. He opts to go for the Comet instead. Looks like...
He's using dive bombing and Comet to kill honey. That's fair enough.
Okay. 5/5 body now blocking the front line. It's going to eat up some of the HP off that Churchill. should know and go for the trade.
There's key. That's a lot of damage. Pilsudski.
Now, what do you want to do if you are Pilsudski?
That's a tough question.
I mean, he could theoretically, sack his comment into either one of these, but that doesn't feel great. He is under quite a bit of pressure because that is 10 damage next turn, and he currently has nothing on board to mitigate it.
I think it's necessary to sack the comet.
Do you think ramping here would be a mistake?
Yeah. Ramping
Ramps,
feels like a mistake.
Sacks the comet. Is he hoping to pull off a Panzer 4F, a Panzer 4, push back the Jag Bomber, throw back the Churchill next turn?
I don't really know what he's looking for. Schwalbe, just a little bit too late.
Yeah, he was not looking for the Schwalbe, that's for sure.
The problem is he needs to deal with the Churchill right now because Lancaster is threatening him a lot. So yeah, he could sandbag the Panzer 3L to hand, deploy it, and kill the Churchill. What makes the most sense here? I mean, 9-5 has 7 damage on board with Honey and Churchill.
Six, 5. Who's back the Honey?
Well, damage to 0. This will buy him another turn and reducing the incoming damage to 0. Very tough decisions to be made here. Honey, Observer Corps, Lend-Lease.
Another supply shortage found there. Redeploy found as well. That's going to be a whole lot of healing.
It's so much healing. It gives 9-5 the potential Camwell finisher.
Yep, leaves him at 28.
And there's the fortification.
So another Panzer 4. That Jag Bomber play is still an option. But the amount of HP that 9-5 has at this point, I think Commonwealth is almost an inevitability. Within the next 2 turns.
I mean,
fortification.
Without the Jag Bomber, Lancaster is very dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not having it, but he does have Wellington. Ooh, setting back the Churchill. Opening the support line, the front line, and the HQ.
Now he's thinking about Commonwealth. That's for sure.
Yeah, he has to.
War Machine, not the game-changing card that he was hoping for.
Shelling overdraw. That hurt. With shelling, 9-5 could have killed the Jag Bomber and attack with Wellington. Probably leading to a faster victory here.
How many cards are left in Noan's deck? Oh. Four.
Four cards are left.
He has multiple copies of Fortification, right? So he knows that one of those is Fortification. But now Pilsudski has to get through both of those guards.
Is he even able to do?
No, he's not. Noan 5 just set up a guaranteed Commonwealth next turn with that play.
Pilsudski can play Heinkel, kill the honey, and look for another card out of 3. Is there anything going
I think that's
through
his
those
only.
Blackwatches?
I don't think so. But I think that's his only potential hope is finding something. That double Blackwatch is definitely something difficult to deal with for him. That's 10 HP, guarding the HQ. And now the decision of going for the second 38T last round instead of dealing damage to the HQ with the one that he pushed up into the front line, I would have left Noan 5 on 29 and given him not guaranteed him the Commonwealth next turn. That's not going to be enough. Commonwealth does 20 damage, so Pilsudski is going to lose game number 2 here against Noan 5, who evens it up 1-1 and now loses access to his Brit deck, leaving him only the other deck. German value deck, right? So we're going to see German value versus German value here in the final match. And you said it before we went on into this series, you hope that Pilsudski can be the apprentice that beats the master with his own weapon. And we're about to see him have a chance at exactly that here in game number 3 in this series. So will it be Noan 5 who brought this deck to great effect to last month's OCC that's going to be taking this one, or will Pilsudski have a chance of taking out a juggernaut within the competitive scene in his very first OCC appearance with a deck inspired by that very person?
It's a very interesting matchup we are going to see here right before the right before the bronze match and the finals.
So how important is it to go first in this coming match, and how important is it to go second? Or which one do you think has the big edge? Because I feel like you go second, you have access to a wider range of cards, and you're potentially able to make better use of your early ramp by just having more options to choose from. But if you go first, you might be able to get a foothold on the board, potentially secure the front line, and snowball to victory from there. What do you think?
Exactly what you were saying. If you go first, able to ramp, able to abuse the power of having the first foot on the battlefield, having more credits, I mean the chance is very low, but you're able to snowball very hard. Overall, on an average, being second is better because you have 2 more cards. That means more options to work with, and usually you're benefiting from it, especially because in this deck there's not a ton of card draw, so you really like to have more options than your opponent.
Yeah, Pilsudski ends up going first, finds a ramp card, but not a ton to make use of it. On the other end, Noan 5, no ramp card in hand, and now that's a huge draw. Well, would have been nice for him to have that on turn 1 to get at least 1 32nd infantry out, but now on turn 4, he's able to get 4 of those out, and if he so chooses. And
I think
that's followed up with we can do it on turn 5.
it's not super effective. I think going for those German tanks is more important. Okay. Noan 5 is drawing Heinkel, but he can't play it because the tank can abuse it. I mean, Greif Panzer 3F and able to trade.
Yeah,
This is a great option here.
a great pull off the top. But I'm a little bit perplexed, right? Why is it not good to have 2 4s on the board right now?
Because they are using 4 more credits to get into the front line and 4 more credits to attack, and they have only 2 attack. So it's slowing you down, Ollie. It's not
gotcha.
great
I
to
gotcha.
have those. Even if you buff them as we can do it, they still have only 2 attack and they're not buffable with the alliance. So
But
they
in
are
this
clogging you.
matchup, like in the absence of AoE clear, right? No in 5 is eventually gonna have to punch through them, right? That was more
Yeah.
my line of thinking, right?
But
But
no, in 5
I'll
has
accept.
Land
I'll
Panzers,
accept.
has big units to trade
Yeah.
2 for 1, even 3 for 1.
Yeah, I'll
It's not
accept
great.
your reasoning here. I'll accept your reasoning. You seem to know a thing or two about this game, Darkness, so I'll fully accept your.
Thank you so much. Well, no in 5 now has the Hellcat able to kill the dangerous Panzer 3F.
Yeah.
I need to remember all of those letters because oh, those tanks are named very similar. On the other side, in Hour of Need would give him more possibilities the turn after, but Piłsudski has the advantage of being first plus an additional credit. And now he's able to snowball. We talked about this before. So I guess I would play Panzer 3L into the front line and attack for 4. Then with the other 2 tanks, it's 10
A lot of
damage.
damage.
It's 10 damage. Why is he using the Greif? Wait a second.
No
Didn't
Blitzkrieg in this deck, so that is a good question. But at the same time, not a ton of AoE clear for no in 5 either.
Maybe he's maximizing the value from We Can Do It. Like, really using the value of this value deck. Slightly less aggressive than playing the Panzer 3L. He now has 2 more, one additional units in the front line, 2 additional in the back line, and yes, as you mentioned, there's no AoE. So We Can Do It on currently 6 units is super strong. 9-5 can take out 2. Flampanzer probably onto the Greif, and Hellcat probably the Panzer 3L. Panzer 3F, I mean. As expected.
Yep.
So Piłsudski now can play We Can Do It, trade into the Flampanzer and attack while holding the board. Or just send everything into the front line and attacking the HQ for 5 with 5. What looks nice. So 2 nice options here. And 9-5 a little bit on the back foot with his back against the wall. He does
Quite a
have
bit.
powerful units, 3 FWs, but it's not looking that great. Interesting choice here, going for an Hour of Need to try to snowball harder.
There's not a ton of blitz units in the deck of Piłsudski, so he's also banking on the fact that he's going to have the units to maintain board control in the coming turns.
Yeah, FW will draw another card. We can do it also. 9-5 on the other side is able to gain back some control. With the Panzer 3H, an additional card, and he's dive bombing, killing 1 unit, and Heikel killing another one. He found the Leopold. That's an important one. Dive bombing the second. Piłsudski.
Now Leopold is massive here.
Definitely.
Oof. Might have possibly seen a misstep from Pilsudski not taking the more aggressive line earlier in the game here.
Yeah, doesn't look that good. He was opting to use all of his credits next turn, but by getting 2 of his units killed, he's not anymore able to do so. He can play the Panzer 3L to kill the Heinkel, or just throwing stats at the field with FW. I do like that. He should just drop the Panzer 3L and wait for another turn.
Panzer 3L would have been the most pressure for sure. And now Noen 5 with the We Can Do It of his own. He also has 3 FW190s in hand. So he has, 3 big bodies there. He's also got the Jag Bomber. He's got the Leopold. And all of a sudden, early on in this game, I felt like Pilsudski had a decisive advantage, but all of a sudden I feel like Noen 5 has all the tools that he might want at his disposal.
I don't think all of them. The FW is still a major threat. He can't handle it right now. Jag Bomber is necessary. Sending back the Panzer 3L. He's blocking the front line. Now 9-5 is thinking about killing the little infantry unit.
What can he do if Pilsudski? I mean, he can Leopold, of course, but I mean, if Pilsudski just drops another FW here and hits 5 for face,
Leopold.
like, yeah, but I mean, from the perspective of Pilsudski, who doesn't know that he has Leopold in hand, what is the ideal play here? Are you looking to do Panzer 3L, trade to the front line, push that into the front line, hit for 5?
Maybe. I guess I would use a pen. I mean, holding Panzer 3L is an ability to deal with Leopold.
Yeah.
Or deal lethal damage. I think
he has to deal with the front line. That's the thing, right? Like this is the play that was the first thing that popped into my mind, right? It's like, I'll just pop down the damage. He's not going to be able to deal with it, but it doesn't account for Leopold. And that's what he's going to be facing next turn.
At some point, you have to take a risk. Without Leopold, 9-5 would have been probably dead.
Yeah.
And
Comet!
The Comet.
And Rally, that's going to be game. Comet plus Rally. Pilsudski has it. Has lethal. No.
But
see it.
I mean, it doesn't really look like he's seeing it.
Comet, Rally.
He
yes!
sees it.
Pilsudski secures himself in the finals of the Officer Club Championship in the month of August with exceptional play. Wow, I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
You're shocked. I'm shocked too. Pilsudski beat 9-5 with his own weapons. That was extraordinary. For a newcomer underdog taking on 9-5, now facing J King in the finals. That's already a successful day for Pilsudski.
Oh, it's a massive day for Pilsudski, and huge congrats to him for making it so far. And 9-5, I feel like he was teetering on the edge with that top deck Comet and having the rally in hand just enough to get the win, as 9-5 was, one step away from regaining control of that game. Wow, what a great series that was, Darkness.
It was amazing. Well, Pilsudski, it wasn't very low chance of getting commit, but by playing the FW, he cycled more through his deck, making this more likely to happen, and it did.
Wow. Well, that clears it up. We know our finals. We know our third place matchup. Let's bring up the bracket here so you all can get a good overview of what that looks like. Through the quarterfinals and semifinals, we have 2 players remaining in the finals. It's going to be JKing7, our reigning world champion and most successful, I believe he's tied with Huehue for most OCC titles. Plus, he's way past being tied with anyone for most season wins, taking on Pilsudski, a player with less than 3,000 games, coming up from nowhere, blitzing into the OCC, blitzing through the competition and playing exceptionally well. What a finals that we have here today. And on the bottom side there in the bronze match is going to be Tiger versus No15, a Chinese community member versus a Chinese community member facing off against each other for that final spot in the money this month in the Officer Club Championship. We're going to go on to a short break because it's just me and Darkness following you through all the action here today. We're going to take a quick break before we take on the third place match and the grand finals. But please, guys, don't go anywhere because this is one of the most exciting OCCs that we've had. We have 2 best of 5s coming at you after this break that are sure to be exciting. So stay seated. You know, you are allowed to get up, get a drink, but also message everyone else you know that's in Cards and tell them, hey, this guy's about to take the dark horse run and has a chance to win it all in the August OCC, and make sure that they're in here to join us for this moment as well. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. We have 2 series left for you today. The third place match and, of course, the grand finals. It's going to be Tiger taking on No-5 next up in the third place match before we go on into the best of 5 series for all the marbles. J King 7 against Pilsudski, the newcomer against the veteran, arguably the most seasoned veteran versus the most newcomer to have made it this far. Absolutely amazing storyline. Couldn't have scripted it better myself. Darkness, I'm excited. Are you excited?
I'm super excited. I'm super hyped to see the final, the underdog versus the world champion. This is something I'm looking for. But also Tiger versus No-5, 2 very stable veterans of the esports scenes fighting for the third place for the money. This will be very interesting as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's gonna be super cool, right? There's a lot of pride on the line in the third place match, and there's a lot of glory on the line in the first place match, right? Our next up series is going to be Tiger versus No-5. We always appreciate our members of the Chinese community participating in these tournaments. It is getting quite late in the day and late in the night for them, but we will take a very, very brief refresher of the decks because remember, we are now switching over to best out of 5s, which means that we're going to see all of the decks coming into play in this series, right? You have to win with all 3 of your decks. And for Tiger, what he has here is going to be J aggro. We'll just cycle through these real quick. Just starting with the J aggro, we've seen it multiple times. We know what it does. It's been a little bit hit and miss today, Darkness, right? It's been a little bit running out of steam and not finding the cards. So we'll see if Tiger is able to pick it up here in the grand finals. And then he is bringing...
That's true. Yeah,
oh,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Then he's bringing the credit denial deck. We just saw this from No-5, a lot of control aspects, super duper combo, supply shortage and critical hit, and a lot of credit denial. This is yeah. What?
There has been a big shortage of supply shortage in the games that we've seen from the Brit deck, right? In both decks, I think he only found 1, right? So there seems to be some problems with the shipping lanes on the supply shortage cards, at least in this tournament so far.
Yeah, he needed like to cycle through 2/3 of his deck to find the second one. This was hilarious.
Yeah.
The third one of Tiger is the self-damage deck. It's a very fun deck to witness. So I'm looking forward to see this one again, especially in the Japan J aggro matchup against it. The J aggro is No-5's first deck. He's bringing this as well. Like, definitely some player today, although it's not that successful. The second deck will be the value deck again. Just saw a mirror matchup of those, and No-5 lost very close to the Comet top deck plus Rally from Pilsudski. And the third matchup, the third deck of No-5 is the credit deny again. So we are able to witness this deck more in action because it's not getting banned this time. So since we are not banning anything, we are ready to go into those matches.
There you have it. I mean, 2 of the decks are the same between the 2 players there, the Jaggro and the credit denial decks, but it's the German value versus the Soviet self-damage that are the differences. Do you feel that either player has the edge in these coming matches just out of the deck selection that they have? Or do you feel like it's relatively even?
2 decks are relatively the same, J aggro and the credit denial deck. Maybe the German value deck is a little bit more flexible against the credit denial deck, against the self-damage deck, or self-destruction deck, and J aggro. So I would, based on the decks, it's very, very even. Maybe No-5 has a slight edge, but I wouldn't count on that to predict, because Tiger is a very strong player as well. Looks actually very, very even.
Yeah. Oh man, this is gonna be one hell of a slugfest. And one thing's for sure, these players can't get enough of playing cards, because even in our short little break, they make use of every moment to get on into a game and practice those decks. Now we can see here on our
Yeah.
screen, at least, Tiger refreshing his skill set on the credit denial deck from Britain. Hasn't gotten to play that so far this tournament, but wants to be ready and primed there in his matchup against No. 5. We hope that that game is going to be over relatively soon, or simply forfeit, so that we can get this third place matchup underway. But I think this is going to be an interesting series. I think we're going to have at least one game in this series that's going to be really slow and drawn out, right? I mean, we might see like a mirror matchup between Brit credit denial and Brit credit denial. How do those normally play out, right? Like, is it like resistance v resistance? You know, you and J King in the finals of the World Championship. I'm calculating some fatigue points like 40 turns in advance. So I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, J King has this, right? Or does it play out differently?
It's not that resident sleeper, but it's definitely exhausting to play, because there are a bunch of options how to play that. You can't commit early on, and you really want to get like the big credit advantage to have like all the options and shut the other one down immediately. Mostly this is not going to happen because both have the same tools. You need to be very careful with your winning options, like the Lancaster, Wellington, the Commonwealth, the Research, because these are your only tools to be able to win against the opponent. And if you're overcommitting, for example, with the Crusader and a lot of card draw with orders, you're getting closer to the fatigue death. So you need to calculate that as well. It's very awkward to play this mirror matchup, and if you will witness one of those mirror matchups, it will take a while and includes a lot of thinking.
Yeah, which thinking is not my strong suit, as we have definitely verified here on stream multiple times. You know, can't count to 7. You know, suggesting bad plays. You know, we can do it on 4 chocolate boys, all that kind of stuff. So I'm definitely counting on you to carry us through that one. But this is one of those things. It's one of those matchups that feels to me like they're super control oriented. They're not control oriented in the terms of I'm gonna put units on the field that control it, and I'm gonna manipulate the confines of the game and the resources that you have available to you in some way to control your play and control the board to navigate it towards my victory. And I think those matches, I think they have less mainstream appeal, but they can definitely appeal to some kind of say like more strategic minded players, right? They might enjoy watching that, but I'm predicting we'll get at least one of those, and it's going to be a tough one. So you're going to have to tell me when I'm talking nonsense in that one, Darkness.
I will correct you whenever I can. I can promise you that, Ollie. But don't talk yourself down. You got much better at understanding and explaining the game. When I remember the very first broadcasts commenting with you almost 2 years ago, you are much closer to being an actually pro player and pro caster than you were that time before.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot. It comes with a lot of hours spent here on the broadcast desk for sure, and I'm surrounded by all you intelligent and fantastic players, so that helps as well. I'll take this time to remind everybody that next weekend we have the finals of the KARDS Open coming up. So that's going to be on the Sunday of next weekend, and I encourage you all to tune in. We will have 4 players there duking it out for the top 4 spots. They will have all qualified in the money, but of course it is a $1,500 prize pool, so there is quite a bit of cheddar there for the top spot, a lot to play for, and those are all best out of 5 series. So not a whole lot that you can kind of shield yourself behind and, you know, ban out decks that you don't want to face. You're going to have to face it all, and you're going to have to win. And these are some of my favorite broadcasts as well, because we oftentimes get to see, you know, more unknown talent come up through the opens and challenge the big guys. But coincidentally, that's the thing that we're getting here today in the OCC, which is normally not what happens. So that's partially why I'm so excited for these finals coming up.
Yes, I'm very excited as well. I'm a little.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Two things. I think this was the first time I said something good about your analytic skills on stream. So I just realized that. Second, I'd like to apologize that we are waiting so long for the third game match. Sometimes it's really hard to get connected to those Chinese players through multiple reasons, not only the language barrier, but also the ways of communicating to them. As you may know, a lot of like apps, Discord, Skype, I don't know, are forbidden in China, and sometimes it's even hard to get a signal out of China. So that's a reason we are not able to use webcams and to see the Chinese players, because we're not able to get the signal right here, and apparently we are unable to connect to Tiger right now.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's gotten a lot better since we got spectator mode and we didn't have to get like the stream signal all the way from China, which could sometimes be a little bit choppy and a little bit difficult to coordinate. So
yeah, I remember that. That was a mess. You trying to get like through Parsec and VPN and making this necessary for Chinese competitors, and often the quality was really bad, so it froze all the time. Thank you so much for making the spectator mode so we are able to see the matches.
Well, I mean, that's of course our pleasure. As I can tell you, I mean, the end is nigh here in the match that Tiger is playing, but we hope that we can get everything underway here shortly. But in other words, Darkness, what do you think about my camera tricks now? See, I can like, whoa.
Yeah, I think that's amazing. How do you do that? Do you have
the software?
It's a software, okay.
I could play with this all day long. For the viewers at home, you might be noticing that we are almost out of filler content. It won't surprise you to know that the deck that is being played is Britain Credit Denial, so the game takes a while to conclude, but should be shortly done within the next couple of turns. There we go. The enemy has surrendered. Now, we hope that we can get everything up and running and done and dusted in a short while. The only thing that's kind of a plus side here is that at least we get to spend now a little bit more time reveling in the third place match glory, because in the cases where we see two Chinese opponents facing off in the best out of 5 games, they tend to be played very, very quick, because it tends to be like 1 or 2 a.m. for them. So they're just like, let me get this game and I'm going to win it, and I'm going to win it fast. So I expect that once we get going, we're going to get going fast and hard, and that's going to be quick to be done and dusted. So we now see both players ready to load on into the game, and as soon as it is ready, we will transition over. But Darkness, how is Spain? How's the weather?
Spain is very hot. It's like mostly 32 degrees Celsius, and this is really hot for a German like me. But apparently, it's a cold summer for Spain. So I got the right time to come to Spain and not getting burned or cooked.
Well,
and here we are.
Yeah, I hope you're able to handle the heat, because the third place series has commenced, and it's going to be that dreaded mirror Brit credit denial versus Brit credit denial, and already in no credit denial in hand for either player though. 2 observer cores though here for No and 5, so he's able to start ticking something down once he gets something with a higher cost than 4 into his hand. But on the flip side, 2 honeys in the hand for Tiger. Which starting hand here would you prefer, and why?
I guess Tiger, because he's going first and is able to play Honey and Commandos to draw more cards, like one before 9-5. And 9-5 is not able to do anything valuable with Observer Corps. So
Wombo combo in hand, super duper combo.
to be fair, both hands looking not great at all. Well, there's a first credit denial card, Daylight Bombing, but it's already very late. Tiger could play 2 honeys here. That would be fun.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely setting up a whole lot of health gain, considering the fact that he can follow it up with a convoy, and there's nothing really in Noin's hand that would allow him to deal with any one of those honeys right now.
Yeah. To be fair,
Opts to do that.
Wombo combo to kill all of those honeys would be good, because HP is a big factor here because of Commonwealth.
Yeah.
But 9-5 is not having a single combo piece. Well, there's supply shortage. Actually, I'm expecting him to use it right now.
It looks like they've cleared some of the blockages in the supply chain for supply shortage. We've seen quite a few of those already this game. They're not at the bottom of the deck, but I mean, it's still going to take 3 turns to kill these. And within that, that's going to be +6 now from that convoy. That's a huge amount of healing. Wellington also ticking down. 0 cost Wellington though in the hand there for No and 5.
It's a nice amount of heal. Well, 9-5 has Daylight Bombing, can kill 1 honey, maybe trades the second one, maybe just raids. It's acceptable. And Tiger as well is targeting the honey. You saw the combo with redeployment, so
Yeah.
a single honey can be a threat.
That's true.
Mm,
And I mean, a
9-5
redeployment.
could play Wellington, maybe kill a honey, maybe attack face, but he's choosing to go for health as well. Convoy and Daylight Bombing.
So a redeployment would have been a great card off the top here for Tiger. That would have healed for quite a bit. But now a little bit limited in his options. I mean, he could play shelling to try and keep up in some way, but he knows both of these are going to be dead next turn, so decides to operate and utilize them, and I quite like that.
Yeah, definitely a nice way, because he's not able to use them again anymore.
Yeah.
Blackwatch is very nice, hitting 3 orders. Another thing with redeployment is you can get rid of all of the additional credits. So redeployment is a very important card. Most of the players are only using 1 copy. I think 9-5 is using 2, and that's very smart.
And I'm assuming we see the Blackwatch coming out of Tiger here, rather than a Wellington play.
Yeah. This Blackwatch hit also 3 cards. 9-5 now able to drop a honey and get more card draw.
So much card draw.
Yeah, a ton of card draw.
2 Lend-Lease in hand as well.
I mean,
more card draw for Tiger as well.
Usually you're going down with your HQ, especially with the self-damage deck. But here, both HQs are just going up. Like, no one... I mean, Tiger won't touch the front line, but that's it. Everyone is just healing.
Having flashbacks, Darkness. Having flashbacks to the finals.
Don't remind me at that. Losing in a resistance mirror matchup, taking 1 hour, everyone's watching.
I was commentating that. I needed to find a way to be entertaining. That was so hard.
I believe you.
Wellington versus Wellington.
And guess who wins? The second Wellington. 9-5. Able to kill the Wellington. And Tiger is not really having an answer here. He could play Shelling or Blackwatch. Maybe Sexton. Sexton's looks relatively nice as option.
Yeah, to pin the Wellington.
To pin the Wellington. But again, 9-5 could have the super duper combo and getting rid of the Sexton. This is an. I mean, it's super hard to kill the other one. Both players are having 30 plus HP, and only a few units to deal damage with, like the Wellington, like Lancaster, like Sexton. Southern Plan, a little bit of Quidditch play here.
I mean, that's gonna come into play here because I think whoever is able to just deal 20 when they hit Commonwealth, earns themselves a massive advantage, right?
It's a big advantage, but also with not killing the opponent, you're drawing 4 cards and potentially overdraw, getting closer to fatigue.
That's true.
It's a two-edged sword, so even that is difficult.
That's a good point.
Yeah, 9-5 has to kill the Blackwatch because of the Royal research. Yep. Synthetic rubber is very dangerous. Tiger. I mean, Tiger could play Lancaster to kill Wellington. Or maybe Shelling, potentially with Crusader to pin everything and steal another credit slot.
And draw a card. But I mean, like you talked about, even now at this point in the game, you start having to worry about overdrawing and thinking about managing your draws. And I think that's something that gets lost, especially in kind of the visual entertainment of the game, right? Is thinking about that at this point in time. Going for the redeployment though, getting rid of all the additional credit cost there, finding a whole lot of good stuff, right? Including a supply shortage that could be dropped this turn.
Sexton is a very nice play here, locking down Wellington, and the intel is giving him information about 1 supply shortage and a land lease.
9-5 just found Commonwealth.
The key here is able to kill the Sexton. And 9-5 is really on the move right now. The Wompo combo, supply shortage, critical hit. I'm expecting it.
But I mean, 9-5 has. If Tiger did not use Shelling there, 9-5 had Commonwealth next turn because he would have observer corded down to 9 and could have played it within that turn.
Yeah, that's also true.
So now Tiger is walking the tightrope. And he doesn't leave himself enough credits to do the super duper combo.
He's not going for the super duper combo. Everything is pinned. Doesn't have to. Whatever 9-5 is playing next turn is getting affected by the super duper combo as well.
Yeah.
So no rush. Well, Tiger is, with Observer Corp, able to play active Sonar next turn. He does not know there is the Commonwealth in hand. So he's not going for it. Super duper combo, locking everything down. And important, the Pioneer Company is going to get killed. a little bit of research. Note, he's leaving 4 credits. So there's a potential ultra for 9-5.
Yeah. That's a good play, and no in 5 you opted to use the Observer Core on a different card, so not able to do any type of combination with the Commonwealth this turn.
9-5's position is very awkward. He can't really do a lot of things, because if he would play the Crusader, he would draw and potentially overdraw. So he's just doing nothing. And floating everything is a common behavior in this kind of mirror matchup. And there comes Lancaster, going to attack the HQ, taking it down to 30, and of course, adding more credit costs. Noin5 really wants to kill it, and he's look at that. He's using 2 times supply shortage and daylight bombing.
No shortage of supply shortages for Noen.
So that kills the Lancaster. That is very important for Noin5. Had to be done.
Yep. But there's now an Ultra.
Now there's an Ultra. That is nice. Tiger has also the option for active sonar. But 9-5 floated 4 credits, so there's a potential. There's a potential Ultra.
I mean, you can check for Ultra by just popping Observer Core first on your research.
Yeah, that's true.
Really good way to pro for Ultra.
And he could have played Crusader to redraw, but of course fatigue is a threat too, and he does has Lend-Lease. I think Bletchley Park is not great at all in this matchup.
Oh.
So active sonar is like the only real threat here. He's going for
Bletchley. Huh.
Bletchley is not doing a lot. Bletchley is just sending back 2 Crusaders, Convoy and Southern Plan, while resetting the credit cost of the Crusaders and solving some card draw issues from 9-5.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of this play.
Whereas active sonar would have really bricked Noen's hand.
Yeah, it would have been so much more credit costs, and with no redeployment, there's no way for him to play Commonwealth ever again.
Now, 8 credits floated. Making sure to include the risk of an Ultra, knowing that there is a Bletchley Park in hand there for Tiger. I mean, Noen 5, he can get to 13 credits with the Southern Plan, right?
Yes. With Southern Plan now, he's able to.
Well, it's going to hit Ultra now.
Maybe. He could play.
Yeah. You have to probe it first.
He's thinking about it. Not doing it. Very rare seeing Crusaders only to act as threat and not drawing cards at all.
Man, these games create such ridiculous situations that you never see in another game. 16 cards left there for Noah and only 12 for Tiger. So Tiger is definitely losing out in the fatigue battle should it come down to that.
Bletchley Park not being very effective. From my experience, the best card is Synthetic Rubber, being able to buff and Blackwatch and deal a ton of damage.
Yeah, I agree.
And beside from that, Raider to get faster through your deck, healing, getting to the point where you're able to operate your Wellington, your Lancaster, Commonwealth.
Yeah, I mean, this is not terrible here for Tiger. I mean, he can double daylight bombing and put no one back down to 10 credits, at least shorting him 1 credit in the next turn.
He should target. I feel like he should have targeted the HQ.
I think he's attacking with. I think he's not going to play the second daylight bombing. He played the supply shortage. That's going to take care of the Crusader at the start of next turn, and then
Daylight
this one
bombing
would
into
probably
HQ.
go. Yeah.
Tiger's
Yeah.
goal is to get him down to 20, and then find the Commonwealth. He's almost through his deck.
There's danger involved for no and 5 to do any more drawing. Now that we're this late in the game and the potential reality of a fatigue battle is more and more, it's a difficult spot.
I would prefer.
I mean, there's currently a 4 card advantage for no and 5. If he plays on Lend-Lease, that gets just evened out.
Monty finding
Commonwealth.
the Commonwealth. He should attack and maybe Southern Plan and Ultra. Just going for more heal is also an option. If I want a Blackwatch, I think this Blackwatch now would be super strong. 9-5 has only 3 cards, and Tiger knows one of them is Lend-Lease. But now he's playing a little bit more aggressive, and while activating Ultra to prevent multiple actions from 9-5, he kind of has to play Convoy first.
And he will.
Got blocked. Tiger's drawing a card. Pioneers. Lend-Lease is finding Ultra. That Ultra could be important.
Could very well be. And I mean, I'm sure that if you're Tiger, you're not going to want to pop that Commonwealth until you've seen Ultra played and activated from no and 5. Given the low amount of pressure that you're on under at the moment, then I feel like that makes more sense.
Makes a lot of sense. 9-5 has to play Ultra. But Tiger can't really play British orders because he will overdraw.
He will.
Massively. So he's going to attack.
Just Observer Core something, and then you pop the Ultra.
But he don't know about the Ultra. So it's first the Pioneer Company, in case of no Ultra, to not overdraw. Maybe Pin, maybe Observer Core. What is this card he has right now?
Blackwatch.
Blackwatch. So that's a very safe way.
He has so many ways. He has so many ways to probe for Ultra at this point. I mean, he knows no one floated 3. They're getting late in the deck.
Naval Power, trying to pin the Churchill. Ultra finding redeployment. So 9-5 is able to play Honey and redeployment, resetting everything.
Just when you thought it was over, guess again.
And a Lancaster. Redeployment.
Gonna be +7 health.
And he's fighting Blackwatch.
It won't matter at this point because the Observer Core has been played onto the Commonwealth. But I mean, surely we expect Tiger to just Commonwealth next turn, right?
He's very low on cards. He will potentially overdraw. And if he's losing his last options, he already lost Sexton, Wellington, and Lancaster.
And Lancaster, yeah.
And the Royal Research also. It's like his only option left. Winning with Commonwealth. He does not have any more threats. And 9-5 by pinning everything down.
That's the
And
last
here.
card. How many cards are left for 0-5? We need to get that check. 4 cards. It's a difference of 4 cards.
Tiger is playing Southern Plan, but he can't do more. Every British order would give him two drawn cards from the Crusader, and this fatigue damage is very powerful.
Yep. And I mean, if he's 8 cards behind him in the fatigue damage, that extra 20 is not even going to matter.
No.
Oh, this is going to be 0-5's game, I think.
Depends.
Unless
Depends
it just
how.
is. What do you mean? What does it depend on?
How much cards does 9-5 has?
4. 3 now.
3. There's very slight chance if Tiger is holding his super duper combo now, just killing the Churchill or Honey. Fair enough. And he has to wait until 9-5 now is playing Lancaster. Even then, as long as Tiger is not getting all of those threats from 9-5, it's super hard.
Oh my god, next turn it's gonna be, there's so much discipline involved in waiting that next turn. But even
Tiger knows there's Lancaster left.
Yep.
So if he's using the combo now, Lancaster will finish him off.
Yep. And 0-5 is not gonna play it. He's not gonna play it.
If Tiger is not doing the combo, the units on the field will kill him. So I guess that's it. Yeah, he had to play it because of the research. Blackwatch would have killed him. I mean, it's 20 damage with the Royal Research synthetic rubber. And Lancaster now is...
But it's gonna be perma-pinned, right?
Yeah, everything is getting perma-pinned, but the Lancaster. And, I mean, Tiger can play Commonwealth, but the fatigue is not going to finish him. To finish 9-5 before.
Unlikely. And there we go, the surrender, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's so much damage and fatigue. Hence this game. Effectively, Tiger just recognizing that he has no shot, 0-5 wins in the mirror. And I'm having throwbacks to the last World Championships. That was some math that I'm not good at. That was happening right there. But these players now have this deck versus this deck, the 2 Brit decks. That's not going to happen again. 0-5 has lost access to it, but I expect Tiger to try it out again.
Yeah, I'm expecting that too.
Yeah.
Overall, it's a very potential deck and very strong deck. I mean, the mirror matchup is the least matchup you want to be in, to be fair. But against the other decks like Jagro and even the flexible German value deck, it's very powerful. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing this deck again now from Tiger beating 9-5 other deck.
Darkness. Now we have to go back to the decision of playing Bletchley Park.
Yeah, it hurt Tiger, actually.
Yeah,
it
I mean,
put
it,
back 4 cards, so the fatigue battle
which was the
even
difference in
worse.
the fatigue battle, right? That was the difference. 4
That was the
cards.
difference. And Active Sonar wouldn't have done anything as well because of redeployment. So going to that point of research was a bad idea. I will call it a mistake.
I would call it a game-losing mistake in this situation.
Yeah, probably.
Because if he would have just had synthetic rubber and sat on that and potentially thrown it on his Lancaster or on his Wellington, just on deployment, right? Because you can do that.
Risky. It's risky because of the combo with critical hit.
It is,
but
it's
yeah,
still better than
it's still better
basically
than
giving No and 5 the edge in the fatigue battle.
Absolutely, I agree. But to be fair, it's very new deck, only existing since week, and if you're not able to train this mirror matchup, you maybe just don't know. It's very easy to judge from our perspective because we saw the outcome. But if you're playing this the first time, you're going to make mistakes.
Now we see both players swapping their decks. Tiger not sticking with the Brit deck, going instead for the Soviet self-damage into the German value deck here from No and 5. No and 5 off the bat, access to 2 War Machines, plus an Hour of Need. So a really good ramp path there from him. He's still going to have to suffer through 6 damage from that tank there from Tiger. Before he ever gets a chance to play a card, should he go the full route of the ramp, which I expect him to do.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I mean, he could play War Machine and 2 Chocolate Bar Infantries next, but an Hour of Need would put him much closer to Leopold, and I believe Leopold is huge against self-damaging.
That's true. He's going to put him very close. If he takes one more turn to do the Hour of Need, he can throw everything back on the following turn after that.
I would love that. He would reset everything, but he's having like the double amount of credits if he's now going for it. With an Hour of Need, War Machine, and 1 32nd Infantry Regiment, he's able to play Leopold next turn. And that's turn 5?
Yep, turn 5.
I would love that.
And that's definitely going to be the earliest Leopold that I've ever seen. I kind of like that as well. If he drops a couple Chocolate Boys here, he's also in a decent position to... Oh, it just goes for even more ramp.
He's going for it.
Winter Warfare?
Oh, Winter Warfare will do so much damage. But he needs to keep that Winter Warfare to kill the Leopold with Red Dawn.
He's got 2 Red Dawns. I mean, it's still going to cost him his full turn or 6 health off his HU. But he has ways to deal with it.
Yeah, that's true. Winter Warfare giving him another card draw.
And that's a lot of damage to face. No 5 on 7 HP.
It's a lot of damage. But this Leopold. Resetting everything, and No and 5 has double amount of credits. Tiger could double play. Yeah, both 456th. And then double Red Dawn to kill the Leopold.
Yeah, looks like he opts to do that. He's receiving 6 damage, but he is buffing both of those units.
And making the Sunrise Division more powerful.
And
9-5.
dropping the deployment cost of the 34th guards by a combined total of 8. So a lot of value gained in return.
A lot of value. 9-5 is able to send back one of those units. He should. Bloody Sickle. I'm expecting the Bloody Sickle here.
Yeah, push it up to the front line, deploy the other 456th, then Bloody Sickle so that you get the guard. And you get 0
dropping.
drop cost.
No, he's killing the little unit. He could have played the Bloody Sickle on third recon, but now he's able to also play the SU or in Sunrise Division. Or the T80.
Keeps him a little bit healthier. And the Sunrise Division isn't activated yet since he's not under 10 HP.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But I mean, right now, a lot of power on board for Tiger, and he's about to march it downfield.
With dive bombing, he's able to deal with the front line. It's 4-6. And he's able to kill the second 456 guards as well, with both his tank and his fighter. So it's looking relatively fine.
Oh, he actually, I mean, he's also going to have access to the Greyhound, especially utilizing the Greif to save on some credits. No, the Hellcat, sorry, not the Greyhound.
Hellcat, yeah.
Yeah. Another dive bombing.
I think dive bombing is more important.
And he hits face.
Ooh, I like that. Because Tiger right now does not have any more guards. And with the T80, he's dropping down to 5, allowing the tank, allowing the FW to actually kill him.
There's the guard. There was a guard unit that he needed. Found it.
He really needed that.
Yeah, off the Sukhov as well. So it's going to get buffed.
I think he needs to trade one 34th into the Hellcat and kill with the T80 the fighter FW.
Yeah.
This fighter
Like
is
that.
very, very dangerous for Tiger right now. 6-6 going into the front. I mean, the HQ is just 7. Attacking it looks promising. He's going for the safe play.
And now an activated Sunrise Division comes out. Wait. Oh, yeah, he killed the fighter. But, I mean, isn't there a comet? No.
Yeah, I believe there's a comet. But it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, 5. He's threatening lethal. He's threatening lethal here. Dive bombing is going to save no in 5, but, you know, that was a brave play.
The FW will help. But see, he needs to trade with the 5-5 to the guard, sacrificing the one tank into the 34th, drop the Panzer, trade with the other tank, and dive bombing.
What if he does it in another order?
No, just like this, or exact order. No dive bombing and killing it. And then taking the front line. And actually killing it with the Greif, because he does have enough. He just has enough. It was 12. It was super close.
0-5. Finding the jugular there. I was trying to get into words. Like I felt like there was a way to get lethal there for him with the Panzer 3F. That was not the route that I was envisioning and I was thinking about, because I was thinking about trading the 38T into the 456th, then dropping the Panzer 3F, using the dive bombing on the 34th guards, finishing it off with the Panzer 3F, and then trading, which probably wouldn't have ended up being lethal. But man, No. 5 finding the exact line needed, and this is why he's the Terminator. This is what he does. He finds those opportunities and he takes you out. And now Tiger, 0-2 down, and No. 5 1 win away from claiming that third place. Tiger needs to get a reverse sweep going if he wants a chance to be in the money in this month's OCC.
It's possible, but 3 times. 9-5 has 3 times to try with his j aggro, and he only needs one very promising start. So, Tiger was going first, and by dropping the 30-speed recon, he denied No. 5's ability to send the bicycles into the front line, and also instantly killing the first signal regiment. Now 9-5 is not able to abuse the deployment effect of Panzer 35T, and he annihilated a lot of potential burn from the first signal.
Winter offensive, that's going to make both 34th guards be 0 drop costs. So they're going to be deployed here both on turn 3, 12 damage, staring you down from the support line. Sure, there are 2 Type 94s, so no one has the tools he needs to deal with one of them, but it's going to cost him 2 turns to do so.
Tiger also just drew the Yak and the 456th infantry. So there's more card war potential.
Do you have anything else to do than just play those 3 1-drops, block the front line? Hope and pray.
Yeah, he could have went for bicycles and Panzer 35T.
Yeah, I would have put 2 units in the front line.
Well, Tiger now, it's not great to drop any unit. Maybe just trade and move to the front is the best because of raiding brigade. But he could use Red Dawn to kill the bicycles and march with 2 into the front line. There's no type to buff the attack, so this will cost a lot.
One's going to be dealt with the surprise attacks. That's still 6 damage, staring you in the face in the front line.
I guess he's going for 456 and the Yak 7 and just attack the face. Ryan 5 now has to use the raiding brigade onto the Yak 7 to prevent card war.
Oh, desperate measures. It allows him to clear the 6-6 and the Yak within the same turn.
Look, Tiger is not guarding the Yak by the 456 by playing around bombing rate. Killing it first, playing it very safe. Tiger's running out of cards, but so does 9-5.
Yeah. I mean, do you Sendai the Akita here to try and prevent the double proc and No. 5 establishing himself in the front line?
I would like that a lot. Akita with the destruction effect is the most powerful unit.
Not go for the Sendai. It looks like he wants to roll the dice on the Akita. Double proc is just so dangerous there because it opens up 2 damage to face plus 3 units in the front line, which can be very difficult for Tiger to win back.
I mean, going for the Akita proc is definitely risky, but if this hits the HQ and buffs the 456th... he's going for the Raining Brigade. Eliminating more damage. More HP. Winter Warfare is still killing Akita Regiment. 9-5 on the other hand, I think he has to go for the Arado play. Like, trading everything away and drawing the card with Arado. Oh, 9-5 is so sad to not have activated the Panzer 35T. Would have been more value by killing everything. Wait, no, he wouldn't be able to proc Arado. But he still wants to kill everything. Yeah, it's a smart move to take out this guard. Tiger just finding in 6-6 body. This is looking fairly strong. Fight and retreat. 9-5 was definitely looking for it. He has bombing rate left. He didn't look for bombing rate by blocking the front line and just going for the fight and retreat move next turn. But will there be a next turn for him?
Will there be a next turn? That's the question.
I guess he should have played fight and retreat straight away.
Yes.
He would have had more options now. Sender Regiment just eliminated the Mito and he's
Tiger
done.
finds the win. Tiger brings
wins.
us game number 4. No 5-2. Tiger won. And No 5 still with 2 chances with his Jagro deck to find victory. And we know, there are some massively explosive openings that deck can have. But will Noan be able to find them and get himself to victory within the next 2 matches? That's the big question. What a close match that was. And No 5, he went for the setup play to try and make use of the Mito and the Arado. But he didn't, because he knew he was going to feign retreat next turn. He, for some reason, didn't want to draw another order from his deck, even though that might have been a good idea, possibly, to thin his deck from orders to reduce the chance of him top decking an order and it's slowing down his deployment of units.
He would have drawn bombing rate. So the turn after he would have had additional bombing rate. Wouldn't only 5 damage with the Bicycle Regiment and Arado not being able to kill the unit in the front line, but killing the SU in the back line, leading to not dying instantly, but they wouldn't be a good option for him to finish the game the turn after because he would not have played Fight and Retreat at all.
Yeah.
So but there would be a very slim possibility, maybe 5% of him winning them. Then, still, I believe in turn 6, Fight and Retreat would have been better.
That was a close one and a tough call there. Eventually not paying off. But now he's finding a much better start than he did before.
Much better, indeed. Tiger is able to drop the supply shipment, but it doesn't feel worth it on 2 units. Although you really need to slow 9-5 down early on.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, you're holding 14 HP in hand there, right? So maybe you could have taken an additional 4 damage and gotten that supply shortage off on that signal as well. and the Type 94, right? So who knows? I don't.
Yeah. I would like to see the Crusader now.
I agree. There's not a huge rush for you to stem the bleeding, and Crusader is a target that No 1-5 is definitely going to want off the field.
Indeed.
He does have options to do so. I mean, we know that. Of course, Tiger doesn't. He has the Sendai plus 2 0 off cost units, so he's able to Sendai it and then go for it.
Just healing. I mean, it's not a bad play. It's a very safe play. Tiger can wait for an honey, maybe, and use it in combination with Observer Corps and the Crusader.
Daylight bombing, some credit denial coming up.
I would have liked the daylight bombing onto the 22nd Infantry. But going for the Crusader is also strong.
This is starting to look like a board that you want a supply shortage on.
Yeah, and he already used one.
Or a shelling. Blackwatch, also pretty big. Definitely enough to slow down the damage being absorbed there.
Blackwatch is huge. The one attack is killing both frontline units. And additional credits cost is something No 1-5 does not want to have.
Keeps drawing though.
He was looking for, fly shortage.
Yeah.
Now daylight bombing the 22nd Infantry Regiment just to stop card draw. No 1-5. I would like to see the Whirlwind, or the key. I mean,
I like
No
the
1-5
key.
is from Tiger almost has too much cards. So
I really like the key. I feel like the key is one of those cards in Jagro that you're just expecting these 1/1, 2/1, 2/2 units to come out in droves, and then all of a sudden your opponent just drops a 6/5 fighter on the board, and your plans on how you were gonna deal with his board just get thrown out the window.
I would like Observer Corps into Blackwatch, then playing Blackwatch and Critical Hit. I don't think Tiger should play more card war like Convoy, because he will lose stuff to overdraw.
Now he has the shelling.
He needs to play Observer Corps and Critical Hit, but the Blackwatch won't protect him. By this play, he does has 8 cards. He will lose 2 to overdraw. Flicking daylight bombing, this hurts. And of course, not having the Blackwatch on field hurts double. Because this was 6 more damage. Losing honey is not good. Tiger has to play.
No one recognizes that the honey loss is not what Tiger was looking for.
Observer Corps to reduce shelling, and then shelling plus maybe Raider to get another card, and no, he needs to make space. He needs to make space. So Observer Corps, shelling, and Critical Hit. I'm calling for that. He's going for a Raider. I mean, the HP will help him. But he's saving it, actually. This is a lot more damage. And what is he going to overdraw? Lend-Lease. Okay, that's not that bad. What is really bad here is the fact that the first signal regiment is staying on the field while Tiger is not having any honey. Raider is drawing him supply shortage, at least. He can play the combo and pin and damage everything with nothing dying. So this buys him time, and he could drop additionally the Wellington to get less overdrawn. Redeployment is a nice preparation for for a potential honey, but he already lost one honey and he will lose
Oh,
more
did he not
cards.
notice the whirlwind?
No, he just played it to be able to draw an honey. He couldn't attack anyway. He didn't have the credits. Knight 5. I think like just sending Mito. Maybe Mito and Akita to the front. A lot of potential damage.
And the
Overdrawing the
overdrawn honey.
second. I told you he needs to make space. 9-5. Recognizing it, of course.
Same back and forth as we saw the last time. But now, I mean, getting back into this is going to be extremely difficult for Tiger.
It's possible. He can drop the Black Watch, and with air power killing the first signal regiment, he will reduce a lot of damage. Redeployment. What is Tiger looking for?
That's a good question. I am not sure.
Maybe
he's got the super duper combo.
He could have played Black Watch, air power to kill the first signal regiment, and Monty to pin everything. Right?
Yeah, I agree with you on the air power, because 2 units are gonna die. He's gonna take 2 ticks here.
Yeah. And even more ticks, because next turn he's unable to kill first signal regiment before the next 2 ticks.
Yeah.
Well, 1 tick of Whirlwind and Akita regiment. I think Tiger just outplayed himself.
That happens.
Without the Pioneer Company, he's not going to get a lot of things running, and with
When he needs to drop the Black Watch, he needs some Monty, he needs to find his air power again, so he can use it on the signal regiment before it ticks on all the stuff that's on the field.
it ticks only on the key and the Whirlwind, so it's just 1 damage. But there are 2 Mito regiments and Akita.
Yeah.
That's not great. He's able to kill 1 Crusader, but the first signal regiment is killing his HQ in the meantime. Down to 2. Why is he convoying?
He finally found the honey, but is it going to be enough?
Monty would have... Monty on itself would have drawn 2 units.
And there we go. That's it. The super duper combo. Plus, No and 5 having the signal regiment enough to bring No and 5 the victory in this 3rd place matchup. And it is official. No-1-5 takes third place in the August Officer Club Championship. Tiger ends up fourth. I would say, this was a hard-fought series, but I felt like near the end there, Tiger was starting to slip up and make some mistakes.
Yeah, definitely. To be fair, it's a new deck and it's very late in China. So less experience and the time is definitely a factor there.
Yep.
Tiger could have played a lot of things different, leading probably to victory, but it's more easy to judge this if you're able to see both hands. So
yep.
Well, we are giving both of them the credits of fighting in the bronze match. Congratulations to 9-5, winning again some prize money, and Tiger also made it very far into this tournament, which will lead us to the last matchup of today. J King, the world champion, against the underdog Pilsudski. But before we are going to have a little intersection, Ollie, what are we seeing now?
I mean, let's take a look at the bracket real quick before we swap on over. This is the standing in the bracket. As you can see, J King 7 is going to be taking on Pilsudski there in the finals, and Tiger losing out for the third place battle against No-1-5 there 3-1. But now, just before we jump on into the finals, we're gonna do a quick little segment where we talk to Elin, the new community manager for KARDS. I'm sure you have seen her around Discord and in the various channels, but welcome to the broadcast, Elin.
Yeah, welcome. Nice to meet you.
You're muted, I think. No, or the mic isn't too close enough to your face. Either one of those. Or you need to speak louder. I can't hear you, at least.
No, still muted.
Maybe you need to press. There's a button on the back of your headset here. It's like a thing.
I mean, she's following the tradition of our broadcast being muted when starting to speak.
We'll figure this out. Figure this out.
Ollie. Maybe it's in the settings of Discord. You need to check if
should be fine. Let me see. Weird. I don't know what is going on.
If you're staying that close to her, you can both use. No.
Okay. Try unplugging and replugging the microphone, like in the headset thing. Yeah, there we go.
All right. Here we go.
Does that work? Okay.
It's so strange because we tested this earlier and it was perfectly fine, and of course the moment that we need to use it is the moment that it all breaks. But hi, so nice to see you. Thank you so much for having me. Oli and Darkness, it's been such an exciting series of games today, and so nice to be able to participate with you here today.
Yeah, no, thank you for being here, and thank you for handling all the stuff behind the scenes here with Markthius. She has been our observer and giveaway extraordinaire here today. But now let's talk a little bit about you joining the team and what's coming up in the future. So first off, welcome to 1939 Games. Why don't you formally introduce yourself to the community here on the broadcast and tell us a little bit about what your role will entail moving forward into the future.
So yeah, hi, I'm Elin. I'm the new community manager at 1939. I started in July, but then had to go away for a few weeks, unfortunately. So this is technically the end of my fourth week at the company. It's been so exciting getting to know the company. It's such a wonderful team that we have, and we have so many exciting things going forward. We of course released the new roadmap the other day with some updated milestones. The development team is always hard at work, bringing you new fun stuff. And I think something that I'd really like to highlight is the upcoming World Championship, which we haven't made any official communication about that yet, but stay tuned, because next week we will be releasing an article about that, talking more about the formats, the prizes, and all the dates that you need to make sure that you keep in mind, so that you'll participate. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, some things that we can reveal about the World Championship at the moment, without going into too much details, is that the format will feature kind of a similar path to throughout the tournament as we have seen in previous years, and the finals are slated at the start of December. So anybody looking at their calendar right now, blocking out dates, you can start blocking out at least the first weekend of December if you plan to be among the finalists here in the World Championship. Am I missing anything, Ellie?
I think that pretty much covers it. Very similar format to last year, and we are hoping to the first half of September be seeing these first in-game qualifiers. So yeah, stay tuned for that article next week.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. So why don't you tell me a little bit about how have your first 4 weeks at the company been? Are you enjoying yourself so far? And I know you've been stuck into some extremely challenging tasks there. Are you still maintaining your mental health and staying stable? Because it's been a whirlwind of a ride there for you.
I wouldn't want it any other way. It's been so exciting. As I said, the team is so wonderful, and it feels really nice to be at the company, and the community has been so nice to get to know. We have some really wonderful people out there. So and I'm looking forward to the next few weeks getting to know the community even better, as we move forward. And as I say, super exciting, super happy to be here, and so excited for all the things that we have planned for the future.
So have you been playing cards at all?
I will admit I am pretty new to cards. I have been playing in the very little off time that I have been getting from all of the many things that have been keeping me busy with work. But hopefully going forward, yes, I will have some more time to really. Well, I'm sure it will take me several months to get anywhere near where you guys are, but hopefully I'll be able to get there one day.
You don't have to worry about anything. When I started, I couldn't count to 7, and that is firmly documented on stream. So I'm sure that you'll catch up and be ahead of the curve that I set, at least before then. But yeah, and it was so nice having you here, and we just wanted to get you a little bit of a chance to introduce yourself in front of the community, get a little bit of an update on where the World Championship stands, and what the future looks like. So thank you so much for joining us, and if you have any last words, throw them out now. Otherwise, we'll get right back into the finals.
Just thank you again so much. So excited to be here, and so excited for the next set of games.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Elin. We'll throw ourselves back to Myself in Darkness and bring you the finals series. Whoa, and we're back. That was Elin.
Oh my God.
She is the new community manager, for KARDS. I am super excited for her to join the team, and it has been a massive boost to the company, and I am sure that she will do fantastic things moving forward, bringing you guys all sorts of fun content, tournaments, and everything else that a community that is a growing community needs. Let's leave it at that. All right.
Hashtag no pressure.
Hashtag no pressure. Well, I mean, I think she handles pressure pretty well, given the fact that she's been taking on a lot of the recent stuff around pretty much everything that's been happening in KARDS. So, pressure makes diamonds, and I'm pretty sure we have a diamond in Elin. So, let's turn our attention now to the championship match here, the grand finals. J King 7 versus Pilsudski. The veteran reigning world champion versus the newcomer. This almost feels to me like a boxing bout where you have like the reigning, the defending, and then like John from the corner store. But John from the corner store, he's a good boxer, right? He knows how to fight. He knows how to duke it out. So I'm really excited to see this finals series. Darkness, talk us through the decks here.
Yeah, just as quickly reminder, we saw basically all of the decks already. Jaking's first deck is the self-damage or self-destruction deck, depending on the point of view, with Soviet and Japan damaging your own HQ to get advantages. The second one is an all-time winning deck in esports, and on the ladder it is Japan, German, called J aggro. And the third is the new kind of meta deck. It's a credit denial deck. Very powerful, targeting opponents' credits. Maybe now we are able to see some very strong early combinations to reveal the true power of it. Because I'm very sure we didn't even see the final form of this kind of deck. And in the other side of the ring, in the left corner from the corner store, it's Pildoski, bringing J aggro as well and having great success with it against No 5, what is very, very powerful, very, very unbelievable actually, because he just used the weapons of No 5 and being more successful than No 5. The second one is German USA value, and decks that made No 5 made this up, played it last month's OCC, and now he got beaten by it from the underdog. And the third, last but not least, it's Brit Italy, one of the strongest archetypes with Brit Air, and it's the new strongest form of it with Italy. I do know for sure Jaking is not happy to see this deck against him. So yeah, let's get into it. It's Pilzotsky, the underdog, against the world champion Jaking. Let's...
Yeah, let's get it on. I mean, let's get it going. I'm extremely excited for this. Of course, we see the ban screen there. There are no bans because this is a best out of 5. Each player has to secure victories with all 3 of their decks. And this is going to be an interesting one. I mean, you remember the time when we saw like 20 Brit Air matches within the same OCC, because pretty much every match was Brit Air. It started as Brit Air versus Brit Air, and then it was Brit Air versus something else, and then you would do the same thing in the next matchup. We haven't seen Brit Air in a while now, and you know, don't tell anyone, but I'm actually starting to miss it a little bit. Right? I'm looking forward to seeing some Brit Air action.
I don't know about it. I don't think I really miss it, because the last months were very air heavy, and it's nice to get not shelled a ton and getting bomb drop of you.
Nice to have clear skies for a little bit, right?
Yeah, just give me the break, Ollie. I enjoy it. So we are starting Jaking with a credit deny and Pilsudski with the little bit of ramp. It's probably the best deck Pilsudski could bring against Jaking's deck here. Yeah. Makes me wonder if Pilsudski was predicting Jaking correctly and Jaking not predicting Pilsudski correctly. Very, very interesting.
I mean, in every one of these games, the first game we've seen...
I told you, sorry, I told you about this. Jaking, turn 1, Observer Corp, reducing Southern Plan to 2. Now, turn 2, he's able to play Southern Plan, reducing Pilsudski by 1, getting 1 additional. So turn 3, he's able to play Daylight Bombing. The only downside is Pilsudski started first and was able to play a War Machine in between. So he countered this already a little bit. But I'm pretty sure Jaking will play Daylight Bombing now.
I mean, absolutely. And I believe, like, that's core to his strategy, right? But like, there's also a second level to this counter for Pilsudski, and that's the 38T being played and that having 3 HP, so it's going to stick on the board, which means that he can actually push it up and hit face and drop a 30-second infantry if he wants.
Yeah, he can do that, but it's not that much. I mean, it's still more than any deck else would have been able to do. And with dive bombing or rally, he's able to kill like Honey or the Crusader. J-King now playing the Crusader and supply shortage, so he will kill both units, and having the Crusader on board, Pilsudski, he lost 2 credits. He would have been able to drop an FW or deploy much more. But J-King is controlling this very flexible, this very value deck currently, so far.
But I mean, like you said, what Pilsudski is able to do here, given the start here from J-King, is more than most other decks would have been able to do.
That's true.
And I think that matters a lot. And when it comes to do as you talked about, right, like stalling the game out, trying to grind him out, because we know there's a lot of power left in Pilsudski's deck. I mean, just look at the hand there. There's 6 FW, there's 3 FW 190As there, and each one of those is a 5/5 body. So they can be dangerous once they get deployed. And if there's not a way for J-King to deal with them effectively once they hit the board, it could get out of hand.
Especially because one of the main threats is Wellington and Lancaster, and those are bombers, vulnerable to those fighters.
Another supply shortage. That's huge.
Yeah. He's just healing a little bit, waiting. Next turn, he can drop the Honey and the Convoy to draw for 6. No, to heal for 6, drawing 3 cards. This looks very powerful. On top of that, he can play another supply shortage or critical hit.
There's not a ton of whatchamacallit options in the hand here for Pilsudski, right? And oh my god, the shelling off the top.
Honey and shelling looks super good.
Yeah, healing for 2, dropping the credits back down to 4. That's just taking Pilsudski away from being able to deploy one of those Falcon Wolves.
Yeah, he has 6 units with 6 credits, not being able to deploy anyone. Well, J-King now needs to make sure to kill a few HP with his tanks, because Commonwealth is the major threat, but only dealing 20 damage, and Pilsudski has a lot of airplanes protecting him from bombers like Lancaster. But look at the HP. J-King already has 40. That's massive. Pilsudski doesn't really want to play an FW here. He would overdraw. The card was not affecting him. He could sandbag a Honey from the support line to hand, or Panzer 3L and kill one. Probably Honey. Maybe Crusader. Tough choice, actually.
Yeah.
Well, it's tough to see. Playing yourself with almost 0 options and 3 Honeys.
3 Honeys on board is a daunting sight. It is.
J-King does not really want to reshuffle Commonwealth, but redeployment would do so much with those Honeys.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
24? It's not necessary.
So
he's just pinning.
And there's no, like, the credit cost here is so awkward for Pilsudski, because there's no real, like, comfortable way of doing this. If he pops the rally and then attacks, he only has 3 credits left, so he can't really do anything, right? If he throws out the Panzer 3H, then he only has 3 credits left. He can't really do anything. It's just it's awkward all around here for Pilsudski, and the credit denial is really hitting him hard, even though it isn't that much, right? It isn't as much as it could have been, but it's really making life difficult for him.
because Pilsudski is having a lot of like 6 credits and above options, but reaching them way later. Look, Jacking even hit the rally, so he's unable to kill in Hani, and Pilsudski looking for the Heinkel. So he's able to kill and Hani with the Heinkel and the Panzer 3H. Jaking supply shortage combo being
Critical
played.
damage.
Royal Research. He could have went for a Royal Research on a single Honey and deliver 7 damage.
Yeah, but I mean, next turn he's just gonna synthetic rubber a Honey and the game's over.
Or waiting 2 turns to to kill him with Commonwealth. Pilsudski able to kill 1 Honey and Royal Research synthetic rubber with 2 Honeys is enough. It's exactly 9 damage. So that's not enough. He's able. Oh wait, it could be enough. Hellcat and the dive bombing, but he now he needed to do the separate on something else because with the research, 1 honey will be 7, the second one will be 2, and just like that, J King wins with his credit deny deck.
Yeah, tough round 1 here for the rookie Pilsudski, taking a beating from J King 7.
That was
this is gonna be one of the Rocky stories, right? Pilsudski is gonna be 0-2 down. He's gonna be beaten and bruised, and then he's gonna come in with the uppercut, and he's gonna make the comeback.
I mean, J King got much more lucky than Tiger, to be fair. Not losing the Sunny, but having 3 of them. That was a better start. And he had like the great start of Observer Core, Southern Plan, Daylight Bombing. That is really what you're looking for, and it's mostly not happening.
That's true. And Pilsudski now going first with his German deck again, and Bryansk is the chosen HQ of J King, bringing his Soviet Japan self-damage deck. So this is going to be an interesting one. Pilsudski getting rid of everything except for the Hour in Need, not having a great starting hand here at all. And I didn't know that J King had a counteroffensive in his deck. I didn't pick up on that, but that's a very interesting card to include in there and can definitely find a lot of value. Now the ramp comes in, and the question is, do you deploy a body on the field, something like Flampanzer, or do you just ramp? And I think the ramp is the answer.
Yeah, ramp. You want to keep your Flampanzer for the Engineers Battalion or the 33rd Recon.
Yeah.
Well, allowing J King to play the SU, very powerful card here. Now, Pilsudski, he can kill the 456 guards. Is this guards, infantry regiment, or rifles? I forgot.
Rifles, I think.
Rifles, okay. He's able to kill it with Hellcat. Regiment.
Am I crazy for thinking an Hour of Need plus dive bombing on the SU?
I would keep the dive bombing to kill something, for example, with Combat.
Because you have 2 in hand.
I would just play an Hour of Needs or the Hellcat and kill. J King on the other side now. What is this 3 credit? Another SU? Bloody Sickle. I don't know if I agree with this Bloody Sickle. But it looks technically the best option. Well, Pilsudski now has a ton of options. Well, actually only dive bombing and Comet or Hellcat. And a lot of infantry units. Pilsudski is thinking about winter warfare. 1 damage to everything. He should not use all 3 of his possible 32nd Infantry regiments. Ah, he's still going for it.
Row. The Yak being found there along with another 456th Infantry Regiment. A lot of options at hand for J King and a rapidly shrinking pool of options there for Pilsudski.
I would play the 2nd 456th Regiment, Red Dawn, killing the Hellcat. One Bloody Sickle and attacking HQ. Looks like the best outcome here. But maybe he really wants to play the Yak. King is thinking. Ah, he's playing it different. Playing a 2nd U.
Ooh, can be
Very-
retreated now.
Very aggressive play. Oh, this retreat option looks very strong.
Agreed.
Retreat the support line, 1 back to hand, killing the front line 1, sending 1 infantry into the front line. Leaving J King with not a lot of options. Well, maybe first rifles and Yaks a turn. Turn 6 for J King. Pilsudski is not having a ton of options. Not having a lot of cards. Oh, he's even using 1 dive bombing to send 2 to not lose 2 units. It's 1 456th Regiment and the SU. The SU is giving him the ability to kill this big tank unit. Maybe if he's trading with another damage instance and Bloody Sickle, could do that too. But the Recon Druid looks very strong here. I think Pilsudski is thinking about dropping the Flam Panzer to maximize the Recon Druid buff. But this wouldn't allow him to kill the 456th Regiment. And killing that is very important, I think. So we can do it, killing the guard and sending an additional infantry unit into the front. Yeah, it is sad. Looking strong. And allowing J King to to trade the SU and getting rid of this tank. Maybe even going for more value by trading the SU into the infantry and setting up the first rifle.
Yeah, I mean, slowly but surely, Pilsudski is getting himself back into this game.
I
Having
think it's
beaten
very,
down,
very even.
yeah, having beaten down the first offensive there from J King. First rifles, tremendous value.
protecting Jaking a lot. And
So-
Pilsudski only has one Flam Panzer, so do you stop the card draw or the HP?
I think HP. Well, actually, I mean, you have what you need to punch through HP, so maybe stop the card draw.
Yeah,
He
he
I'm
does
also
has the
wondering.
commit.
Yeah, exactly. But I agree with this. You know, Africa
Panzer
Core first.
Duke.
Yes, do it. Do it. Be the brave man we know you can be, Pilsudski. Buckle all our expectations. Take the sug.
I mean,
Oh.
Autocannon is more safe. He can drop it, play the Panzer. So the 8 and the Flam Panzer. And making it actually very hard for Jaking to deal with the autocannon.
Yeah. But I mean, he goes for the trades instead.
I think Jaking, is he able to get to the autocannon?
It's gonna be difficult for sure. How many Red Dawns has he played? Has he played all of them? No, he's only played 1 or 2.
I think he played 2.
Yeah.
But he's not able to punch through the support line. And he needs the SU as tank to move and attack.
Yeah. Something
But
he cannot do.
He can Bloody Sickle and attack with the Recon. And oh,
Can he counter-offensive? Theoretically, he could counter-offensive, right?
yeah, he needs to get Oh right, yes, that's a play. Counter-offensive on the infantry, using the tank to kill the artillery. Yeah,
That was really
a
big.
play.
Leopold, though, that's something he's going to have a harder time getting around and getting to than.
Actually, no. He has Winter Warfare and the Naval Brigade.
Oh yeah, he does. Oh. Spoiling my anticipation here, Darkness.
Right at the beginning, as soon as it came up.
I mean, that counteroffensive. I am 100% sure that there's only one copy of that counteroffensive.
Yeah.
In Jaking's deck, and it came in absolutely clutch there. That autocannon could have been a massive. No, he's got 2 of them in there actually. It could have been a massive thorn in his side and made things difficult for him.
I guess it's still the Leopold play. It's just way too strong. Jaking can play the 456th Regiment and the Winter Warfare and Naval Brigade to set up 2 guards. I think he really should. It's an amazing play. The only other option would dropping the Yak, but I think he prefers having 2 guards. Ooh, the Panzer 3F. That's huge. No, that's kind of sad for Pilsudski. He with another drawn tank, he could have turned things around. Yeah, he has to play the Panzer 3F. With additional tanks, he may have been able to. I'm sure there would have been a combination with drawing into Panzer 3H, getting Greif, playing all of them, and destroying Jaking right on the spot. But the War Machine is not doing it.
No. And the ambush there on the Naval Brigade is just a little bit too much.
Yeah, but he's killing the 456th. What is technically good enough.
He lives to fight another day at least, right?
Yeah,
only
Jaking
downside
has
is
to
that
trade.
Jaking has to trade. Jaking also has to make sure to play those second rifles because there is another Panzer IV F2 in the deck here for Pilsudski, so he can retreat potentially one guard.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So, for instance, if he top decks that right now, that could potentially be enough. Finds the FW 190A. That's more long range damage put on the board. War Machine,
Another
not
War
what he
Machine.
was looking for. Not what he was looking for. But there's still a chance, right? Through the exact same logic, if he takes out one of those guard units, he takes out the second rifles, he ramps again. If he gets an FW, if he gets a Panzer F2 off the top, he could retreat the other guard unit and potentially end the game with Comet plus FW 190. However, J-King is more than likely gonna Great Patriotic War next turn, right?
Yeah, very sure about that one.
He also
Blitz
finds
tank.
a Blitz tank, which is pretty big for him. Allows him to move 15 damage up into the front line if he chooses.
He
3,
can
4, 5,
hold it.
6.
He can hold the tank.
Yeah.
Just moving the Sunrise Division into the front line may tricks Podatsky to not care about. And 9 plus 3 is 12. So yeah, just attacking, guarding the HQ, using Great Patriotic War, sending the Sunrise into the front line, and playing the Yak for more Cardor.
Oh my god, all the ramp just coming now for Pilsudski. He doesn't want it. Get it out.
Polsatski now
Remove it.
has to kill the Sunrise Division. He's not. He's
He
going
won't.
aggressive.
Yeah, as you would expect in his position. But now the type 97 is gonna be enough.
Enough for J-King. J-King slams again.
J-King also he didn't have the credits to do really any other move effectively last turn, because it would have cost him 6 to play it differently. And then he wouldn't have been able to play the Great Patriotic War and keep himself safe. So very understandable line there. Unfortunate for Pilsudski. I felt like he was about to claw himself back into this one, but hey, my prediction can still come true here, right?
Yeah.
He's 2-0 down. He's down, but he is not out. He is not out yet. Pilsudski, will he stick to his guns, bring the Germany again? Yes, he does. He has faith in this deck, and he wants to win with it.
Looking at the starting hand, I don't think J-King wants to keep the Desperate Measures or the AA gun. Maybe Akita and Key both are not bad at all. Pilsudski, on the other hand, starting with War Machine and an Hour of Need while going second, having more options, looks very promising.
Yeah.
And he does have the chocolate bars as well. J-King really thinks about his opening, looking like he wants to go for the 1 credits, like Bicycle Regiment. That was a very nice opening. Now, Pilsudski, going for the chocolate bars, and J-King just going for damage. 4 damage delivered into the HQ, into Danzig. Pilsudski, awkward position. He really wants to ramp, but he also wants to trade. What is it going to be? Ramp or trade? Looks like trade, and another chocolate bar infantry. J-King needs to top deck something. It's the second 35th tank together with the second bicycle regiment. Another 4 damage delivered. Pilsudski again really want to play ramp. But on the other side, trading and delivering 2 more chocolate bar infantries looks very promising. He dropped to 12, Ollie. It's not looking great. Yeah, he's trading and dropping 2 more. Greif included.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Jaking's just chilling. Oh
The
my god, the
type-
Type 93, that puts so much damage. It's
It's
8
not-
damage.
It's not credit efficient at all, but it's 8 damage.
They're both gonna get traded
Pilsudski-
out, but
Pilsudski's like another day.
Yeah.
Jaking just banzaiing, sending everything into it. The type, I don't think this is efficient. He could have killed both bicycles.
yeah, I mean, he's still gonna take 2 damage here.
Would have been 1 with just the type.
Potentially 2 if another Type 93 was drawn, but that doesn't seem, as of a sure thing as the fact that there is going to be a bicycle regiment in the front line, no matter how you spin it. So it is a guaranteed 2 damage being taken there. And is there any way back into the game for him here? Well, another Flampanzer, he's able to take the front line, but there's a Sendai regiment and then there's a feigned retreat. I mean, Jaking's just going to pull the plug and throw out the feigned retreat next turn. So the board is going to come flooding back. And just a we can do it, probably not enough.
Probably not. It's a great frightened retreat. Turn 6 maximum of value. Giving Pilsudski a little bit of time. I mean, he's able to ramp, to block the front line, but a meter regiment will kill him instantly.
Yeah, I mean, he has to we can do it now. Or he has to ramp and sit in the back line. Right?
Yeah. Ramp,
Those are the 2
backline.
options.
Maybe the 32nd Infantry Regiment won't kill Mito. But of course, Desperate Measures bombing rate are very threatening.
Yep.
So we can do it now is safe. But I feel like he can't do it now. He needs to ramp and get the credit advantage.
I think also, I mean, any way that you spin it, Pilsudski can walk proud away from today's OCC, right? I mean, in this final series, he's not been getting the best draws. Jaking has been getting pretty good draws and good ammo to use in this battle. But, I mean, Pilsudski has played an amazing game today.
Yeah, he did. He used...
Oh, the Signal Regiment. What else is being picked up? The Dina. Dina gets even more units.
And he's able to kill the Flampanzer. Down to 3. Pilsudski does not have any more Flampanzer, so there's no way to kill the first Signal Regiment.
Nope.
The Signal Regiment will just burn him down.
He has to get rid of the Dina. And yeah, 3 more units and it's going to be done. I mean, I guess in some way he is lucky that there are no blitz units in Jaking's hand, but Jaking has this one in the bag. What an explosive opener here for J Aggro, and little to nothing that Pilsudski could have done here. What could he find from Africa Corps? Is there anything that could save him? He's not going to have time to get to Leopold.
No, next term, just the existing units will kill him.
Yeah.
So there's no proactive move.
I mean, this is so painful. He just gives it up.
Yeah, it's just like that.
Yep.
Jaking.
15th Cav, Type 93 plus, bombing raid found off the top. That's going to be it. Jaking 7 is our officer club champion for the month of August. Pilsudski coming in 2nd place is in his inaugural tournament appearance. What a fantastic run from him. But coming up against Jaking in rare form, back on the track. He is back to where he wants to be in terms of how he's performing in these tournaments, and that's not the person that you want to face off against in the finals in your first tournament if you are Pilsudski. So Jaking will claim victory in this one and is the officer club champion. We can take one final look at the bracket and see it put into writing. Jaking 7-3, Pilsudski 0. However, Pilsudski cannot discount anything from today. He took out Xia Lang 2-1. A veteran of the game, World Championship competitor last year. He then went on and took out No.5, another veteran of the game, one of the top Chinese players to have ever played the game before losing in the finals against Jay King. So he will walk away proud. But Jay King, on the other hand, taking on no slouches of himself. He taking on Jinlun in game number 1, then taking on Tiger, a veteran of the game, before closing out with confidence here in the grand finals. No.5 rounds out our top 3, and that is the results for this month's Officer Club Championship.
Yeah, Ollie, what an OCC. What an amazing story. An underdog facing the world champion. Well, he didn't succeed. He didn't beat Jay King, but to be fair, this is Jay King's 8th appearance in an OCC and the 2nd spot of the podium. He's finally winning. I think at that point he kind of deserves it. And of course, being 2nd in an OCC is nothing to be ashamed of, especially for a newcomer. He proved himself. He was able to take out No.5 and got 2nd spot in the podium. He won prize money. So this is a great success.
Absolutely. And I want to see more Pilsudski in the coming months. I want him to be in the opens as well. Let's see if he can prove himself there as well. This is definitely a talent on the rise. You know, we just saw it from the statistics from the very early on. You know, 70% win rate in your first 3,000 games. That's absolutely fantastic. But in the finals, he was going up against Jay King, who has 70% win rate in 14,000 games, and that's the kind of experience that you just cannot buy. Plus, all the tournament experience that he has on his back. It was definitely an uphill battle, but he had shown himself that he was able to climb mountains before, didn't make it in the finals, so congratulations to Jay King. Excellently played, dominant performance there in the finals, and you go home with the victory. Well, this is going to be it for us here today, this Officer Club Championship. You know, a little bit of a cozy time with just me and Darkness here, buddying it up on the desk and in the casting booth. But next time we will return with the KARDS Open next Sunday, not tomorrow, but next weekend. That's going to be an exciting finale. And then Officer Club Championship, of course, in September after that. Keep an eye out next week for an update on the World Championship, how you can qualify and how you can set your sights of becoming the next KARDS World Championship. But for now, that's going to be all. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.